All right, we'll call this meeting to order, January 27th, Tuesday, and we will start with a roll call. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you. John Harabedian, Mayor.
Here.
John Kaposha, Mayor Pro Tem.
Here.
Council members, Rachel Arizmendi.
Here.
Denise Delmar.
Here.
And Jean Goss.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the Mayor Pro Tem will lead us in our pledge and invocation.
Please place your right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, if you could please remain standing for a second. Okay, dear God in heaven, I first want to give thanks. Thanks for all the blessings bestowed on the citizens of Sierra Madre. We are truly blessed to be living in such a wonderful, scenic, family-oriented town that's bestowed with great beauty, a rich heritage, dedicated public servants, and great neighbors. We're also blessed with interested and active citizens who take a healthy interest in what goes on in this town, evidenced by the great turnout at the last few council meetings. For all these things, I am truly thankful. I believe I speak for my colleagues as well as myself when I give thanks for the opportunity to serve our citizens as a member of the City Council. It is truly a blessing and a privilege. I pray that we are able to serve these deserving citizens in a way that brings us together to do what's right for the community, to listen carefully to the thoughts and opinions that are expressed to us, evaluate the wishes and needs of our citizens as a whole and individually, and carefully consider the pros and cons of each alternative that we deliberate over so that we make the right call to ensure that we preserve our precious village atmosphere while preserving fiscal viability. In the name of God we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. Pass that down. Thank you. Very nice. I assume everyone's taken a look at the agenda. Are there any proposed changes to the agenda? No? And if not, a motion to approve it?
Move to approve the agenda?
I'll second.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That was unanimous. And the minutes. Any changes? Okay.
Okay, Madam City Clerk.
Yes.
Page 12 of 15,
Yes.
right near the bottom, right before the last paragraph. Just a quote from me where I said, "I never said one story is what we want." Could you add after that, "Nor am I aware of any other council member making such a statement"? Because I remember everybody nodding in agreement there
Yep.
that they had not done so. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Any other changes? If not, we can have a motion for approval.
So moved.
Second?
All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that is unanimous.
Was that, John, you said seconded?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
And we will go with the mayor and city council reports. I'll start on my right, Councilmember Delmar.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. The one thing I need to report is Councilmember Arizmendi and Councilmember Goss and myself went to Sacramento to the League of Cities for newly elected city officials. And we went up there for 3 days, learned a lot, and we really appreciate living in Sierra Madre after we heard from some of the other cities. So thank you all. We really appreciate you.
Thank you. Councilmember Goss.
Yeah, I wanted to say that I did, in fact, get a lot out of that conference in Sacramento last week, and just a lot of useful information. You kind of get perspective when you talk to people from other areas, and we did a lot of that, and we attended a lot of very useful workshops, and particularly the one on finances I found very interesting and useful. And also I was at the Kiwanis Club luncheon today, and our mayor gave State of the City address today, and I just wanted to compliment you on that. Fine job, and I think you're going to have an updated one in March for the city at large. that's my report.
I was just going to share what Denise had shared, Councilmember Delmar shared, was that, as well as Councilmember Goss, is the workshop or the conference in Sacramento was very beneficial, and I think we all came to the consensus that thank goodness that we do live in Sierra Madre, and the issues we have in Sierra Madre are the ones that we're dealing with. We sat next to people that were dealing with meth houses in their area, with murder rates that were very high, and when they asked us what our issues were, we were almost proud to say development, if that's going to be the issue. But it was very worthwhile, and that's all I have really to report.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, two things. I did attend the Planning Commission meeting, and the Planning Commission is considering some adjustments to our gross floor area thresholds, and I don't think I'm going to go through it. I mean, it's going to be before us soon enough. And also considering, getting rid of the minimum, which I thought was a great thing, because today our R1 code requires a minimum size of a home. So I thought that, I don't know that anything would ever get built very small, but I'm glad that they're leaving that open. And the other thing they were considering is that possible CUP for all second-story homes. So it'll be before us pretty soon, but it was really good discussion, and so just expect that soon. The other thing I want to comment on is I did see, I want to compliment our city attorney and assistant city attorney, Holly Watley, because I thought she did just a fantastic job in responding to the water board's, request for comment. And I was just really pleased to see that she was advocating for just allowing best practice implementation rather than the stricter standard that the water board is attempting to impose on us, and it's actually in effect today with the permit that we have. I also thought it was really interesting that the United States EPA Environmental Protection Agency also had some problems with the EWIMP concept, in that they were not convinced that satisfying the requirements of that would actually allow compliance with the permit. So I think that dovetailed very nicely with Holly Watley's comments. So I think there's hope that maybe the common sense is going to prevail on this. So yes, we can only hope, but I just say that things are looking in a good direction there. So please just thank her for me, and I just think she did an outstanding job with that.
Excellent. A few announcements here. For those of you who are here or watching at home, this doesn't affect you at all, but YouTube supposedly is having problems with our streaming tonight. So for the poor souls who are looking at a black screen and not our pretty faces, they are out of luck. I don't know how to get that message to them, unfortunately. I mean, they're not going to know because it's not working. The second announcement is, if you grew up in Sierra Madre, you remember the fire horn, which used to go off, I think, on a daily basis. If I'm not, right? Daily basis. It's been down for quite some time, but the regular sounding of the historical fire horn will begin this Monday, February 2nd. The fire horn will go off at 5 p.m. every day with a single blast. The horn will also be available for general emergency awareness and linked to the city's emergency radio station, AM 1630. Additional information and publicity will be coming out in the next few weeks regarding the history of the horn and its use in future emergencies. The rehabilitation of the fire horn has been a difficult project, and heartfelt thank yous go out to many people to make sure that this happened, but mostly the members of the Kiwanis Club, especially George Maurer, our former mayor, and Joe Pergola, who is our current co-citizen of the year, Mark Kennedy and his team at Post Alarm, Gary Hood, the fire department, and the public works staff. Well, that's great news. The fire horn is it's a great antiquity of this town. It's great that it's coming back. So. And with that, we will open it up to public comment for items not on the agenda. Dave?
Dave Coltrus, 1980 Liliano Drive. I'm currently president of the Sierra Madre Rosebud Association. And I would like to thank all the council members, including our mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, for all their help during Deco Week, loaning us a hotspot, and all the hard work you guys put in our cooking for our workers and for the manning our information booth during that week. I would also like to mention that the little engine that could, the I Think I Can, will live on. We were approached by the Steele Children's Research Center and Diamond Children's Hospital at the University of Arizona in Tucson, and they are putting on a fundraiser in, I believe it's October, called I Think I Can, I Think I Can. And when they saw the float on the in the parade, they thought of us and contacted me essentially the next day, saying, is there any way we could get that float to them? And so they then flew out here to look at it, because we told them it's going to be a daunting task to do it because of all the live flowers, etc., that are on there. And two of them flew out, were met by two members of their board who happened to live in LA, and the four of them came out and looked at the float, and we've talked about it and arranged everything, and we are in the process of taking the train off the float, and we're loading it into a tractor trailer and sending it off to Tucson sometime in February. So they are going to use this on their stage as a backdrop for their gala fundraiser, and then they are trying to then move it to the Tucson Children's Center.
Wow.
You know, so it may live on a lot longer than that. So we are excited, and we've thought about it and tried this before, but I think this is going to be the first time we've actually let a majority of it live on, other than as a topiary somewhere in somebody's front yard. And lastly, I would just like to bring up our theme for the 2016 parade, which is Finding Your Adventure. That was announced about 10 days ago. And we have a open contest and request for ideas that we have open on our website, smrosefloat.org. And we're looking for any design ideas. All we want is a pencil sketch, and all the forms and applications are available on our website. So we hope that not only the people here, but the people watching on TV will submit by February 6th. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dave. And congratulations again. You know, last meeting we all said how proud we were of the Rose Float, and you guys did a tremendous job as always, and congratulations on the Mayor's Award. So
Thank you.
made us very proud as usual. Thank you, Dave. The other Citizen of the Year. Yeah.
Yes. Good evening, Jackie Pergola, 473 North Cannon. I am representing the Senior Commission, and it is again that time of year where we are taking nominations for the Sierra Madre Older American of the Year Award. The individual or individuals selected by you or your organization must live in Sierra Madre, demonstrate outstanding community service, and be age 60 or older. Senior commissioners are not eligible. The honoree will be recognized at the reception held in their honor on Friday, May 8th at the Hart Park House Senior Center. Nomination ballots are available here at City Hall. The deadline for nominations is February 17th, and then will be voted by the Senior Commission following that deadline. Ballots can be turned into the Community Service Department or to any senior commissioner. Are there any questions? I have some ballots here tonight, and I will leave them in the back for you. Thank
Great.
you. Everybody
Thank you,
vote.
Jackie.
Charlie Kissinger, 677 Brookside Lane, Sierra Madre. I'm only going to mention this because nobody else seems to be doing it. There was an incredible thing put on Saturday. I think it was the Historical Society, had 11 authors of books of the mountains and the trails and the history of our area. It was so well attended, they had to move it once. There was probably over 200 people there. Whoever put it on, whoever did it, congratulations. It was a big success.
Great. Mr. Two.
I'm Barry Gold, 441 Ramona Avenue. Good evening, Mayor Harabedian and council members. I've been blessed during my 70 years to have experienced several memorable occasions. Becoming an Eagle Scout is one of them. I remember seeing the Olympic torch carried through Los Angeles and going to the events when it was here. Of course, I remember very well the day I married Judy. I think you're getting the idea. Now, thanks to this city council, there is another very special event that I get to add to this list. 2 weeks ago, I sat in this room and I listened to Letitia make the most well-prepared professional presentation that I have ever heard made in this council chamber. Then I watched speaker after speaker come up to this podium and passionately make the case to preserve this precious town of ours. Finally, I listened to 4 of you discuss the matter at hand, 1 Carter, and give it all the seriousness and attention that it deserved. When you voted unanimously to preserve and protect this little speck of heaven on earth that we call Sierra Madre, and then spontaneously everyone in this room rose to applaud your brave and courageous act, and it was courageous. Well, I cannot think of the words that would adequately describe how proud I was at that moment to be a member of this community. All I can think of to say now is thank you. Thank you for giving me another wonderful event to always be able to remember. And do not doubt for a moment the wisdom of your decision to tell the world that we, the people of Sierra Madre, will never waver in our quest to protect this little piece of heaven on earth. And God bless Sierra Madre, and God bless our city council.
Thank you, Barry. Thank you. Any other comments for items not on the agenda?
I'm Pat Alcorn, and I'm the president of the Friends of the Library. I just wanted to remind everybody that the Friends of the Sierra Madre Library is going to have their 45th wine and cuisine tasting benefit, and that will be on February 20th. It will be, the main event is at 7 to 9:30, but we have a very special premiere event from 6 to 7 with a winery that's coming that is going to have some very, very special wines for us. So I really urge everyone to make sure that they come. The premiere event tickets are always sold out, so I have a couple of them today. They're $80, a donation of $80 for the premiere, $60 for the main event. And I really do urge all of you to try to come. This is just a really fun event. So thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Any other comments? If not, we will get into the agenda. Madam City Manager, the consent calendar, please.
There are 3 items on your consent calendar. Item 1A is adoption of Resolution 1504, approving the city's demands. At 1B is a request to seek proposals for a Type 1 ambulance. And at 1C is a change to the City Council liaison appointments. That change, as you're aware, affect only Councilmember Delmar and Mayor Pro Tem Capocha. That concludes my presentation. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions on any of the items?
Madam City Manager, can you elaborate a bit on the ambulance? I mean, I do understand why we need it, but I'm just not sure that maybe the community is aware of the issues we've had. And I know we've put this off for a long time, and we're about at the point where we absolutely need to do this, but I think it'd be helpful to elaborate a little bit.
It is a budgeted item for the past 2 years, and we've held off seeking proposals to purchase one because we did previously have, we always need to have one main ambulance and a backup ambulance. We're at a position now where the backup ambulance is, I could probably have, the fire chief is here. The backup ambulance, can no longer be used, so we only have one. We've had situations very recently where you'll see other cities' ambulances in town, and that's because when you're down to one ambulance, when it needs repairs, we don't have a backup. And I think the fire chief can tell you what the condition of the old one is.
The old one, which was a 2000, we've already surplus that one, so we really don't have a backup now. And what you saw was about a month ago or so, our ambulance went down, and it was down for about a month getting the repairs on it. And so what we had to do is we had to have a contract, or we had AMR, I think it was a Schaefer, come in to do our transport. We used the old utility for the paramedics, but the one problem with that is then we can't do the billing, because whoever does the billing does the transporting. So we need a backup, and what it does is it takes us. We try and get 7 years out of the first rig, and then it goes into reserve. So we usually keep them about 15, 16 years. So.
All right, thank you.
Then, Madam City Manager, also too, just for clarification, the amount that we have budgeted in that line item is expected to cover the cost, even though we don't have the RFP in hand?
Yes, it is.
And then this vehicle would move into first?
The new
First
vehicle
position.
moves into first position, and the current one moves into second.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Any other questions? I'll open this up for public comment. Any questions or comments on the consent calendar? And seeing none, we'll bring it back. Any discussion before a vote? If not, we can vote on it.
I move that we accept the consent calendar as presented.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That is unanimous. We'll move on to item number 2, public hearing on the urgency ordinance 1360-U, establishing an interim moratorium ordinance pursuant to Government Code Section 65858.
We do have Project Planner McIntosh doing a presentation on this item.
Great. Thank you.
Turn that on now. Actually, you don't need to look at the screen just yet. I'm going to make some brief remarks about the urgency ordinance item, and then I'll go through some slides. Good evening, Mayor and council members. The City Council directed staff to prepare an urgency ordinance enacting a temporary moratorium on certain demolitions in the city of Sierra Madre. If passed, the first ordinance would be effective for 45 days, with possible subsequent extensions of up to a maximum of 2 years. There are 2 policy considerations for enacting a moratorium on demolitions, and I want to outline both of them. First, the City Council is in the process of adopting a general plan update, which will include contemporary policies regarding residential development. As Mayor Pro Tem Capocha indicated in his remarks about the Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission is currently reviewing the R1 development guidelines as an implementation tool for the updated general plan policies. And in fact, the Commission is scheduled to have a discussion at their February 5th meeting, and it's likely that their recommendations will be before the Council as early as this spring. This temporary moratorium before you tonight will help ensure that new development in the city's single-family neighborhoods is being built according to these updated policies. So that's reason number 1. Secondly, there has been an increase in the number of demolition requests in the past 2 years. Community members have expressed concern that the city could be losing homes that have architectural or historic merit without adequate review. In December, the City Council approved the release of a request for proposal to engage a historic preservation firm to prepare a historic context statement and conduct a historic resources survey. The temporary moratorium would also prevent the demolition of homes while the consultant is preparing the context statement and historic survey. And I should say here that we have gotten an indication that this that the first part of this process would take about 6 months, and could take up to a year for a complete survey that the council might adopt, but anywhere from 6 months to a year, you would have that information. The draft moratorium before you includes some specific parameters, and I will state what these are. The moratorium would apply only to single-family houses and duplexes, or 2 attached units. The moratorium would apply only to these structures that were constructed prior to a date certain, and the council will discuss tonight what that date might be. Staff recommends the date of prior to 1970 because the survey will review properties that are 45 years old or older, and as big a surprise as it is to me to hear that 1970 is 45 years ago, I remember it well. That is the case. However, you may wish to limit the moratorium to the date of 1940. That's often considered to be a defining time in Southern California history because it delineates between pre- and post-World War II. The moratorium would include any removal of exterior walls and/or structural elements except in certain limited cases, and these are normal repair, for example, the replacement of doors, windows, and roofing materials, an imminent public safety hazard, or, and again, this would be an exception, for the purpose of an addition that would remove no more than 25% of exterior walls, and where both the removal and new construction is unable to be seen from the right-of-way. At your meeting of January 6th, I provided some data regarding demolition permit requests in the calendar year 2014. And tonight, at your request, I'm giving you some more information about those 14 applications that we received in 2014. As well as in your staff report, it said we had 2 requests in January, and as of today, we've now had 4 new requests that we've received this month. So I have a PowerPoint presentation to show you with that information. You want to give me the, oh, it's here. Ah, great. I want to emphasize that this is really for discussion purposes. Staff is not presenting this to you to try to draw any conclusions. Nor are we opining about the merits of either the demolition requests or any future development of the properties. It's really just to let you know factually what applications have come before us. And these are pretty much chronologically through the year. So 391 East Highland was submitted in January of 14. This was just a garage demo, so the house was not affected, and that took place. And obviously, the house is still standing. 405 to 413 Mariposa Avenue. You can see there's a new construction project in that location, and the structures demolished were multiple family structures. The permit was issued was received in March of 14. .257 East Orange Grove Avenue. The permit came in March of 2014. The house that had been at this site had been constructed in 1952. And the permits for the new construction have been issued. This is a little dark, but it's 264 East Highland. The application came in April of 2014. Permits were issued, I think, this week for this project, and the house had been constructed in 1949. This is just down the street, next to the parking lot at City Hall, 263 Mariposa Avenue. This was at the request of the city. There was a code compliance issue on a structure on this property that wasn't this front house. So we requested that the demolition take place as an abatement to that issue, and that was done. 321 East Laurel Avenue. There was an application in April of 14, but that property was sold. The demo permit was not utilized. So there has not been a demolition there. 39 West Orange Grove Avenue. This was issued the application was received in June of 2014. My understanding is that the original plan was not to demolish the entire structure, but as demolition started to take place, it became evident that the structure would not withstand the amount of demolition that had taken place. So ultimately, the entire structure was removed. It had been built in 1923, and I don't believe there are any plans approved for this project. For this site. 501 North Sunnyside, this was just a demolition of a guest house. That was required, this was in July of 2014. The city actually required that the guest house be demolished because there was an application for a new second unit, and the guest house needed to be demolished in order to accommodate the second unit. And that's been done. 1145 East Grandview, property constructed in 1958. The application came in July, did not go through the complete review process that we conduct for 30 days and hasn't been issued. It could be reactivated at the property owner's request, but right now it's dormant. 258 Rancho Road. This house has been demolished. It was built in 1958. That was an October 2014 request. And permits for new construction have been issued, correct? Yes. 123 East Orange Grove Avenue. It's the slide on the right. The house had been constructed in 1935, and there are still pieces of that home in place. There's a frame on the west side, or the side closest to us near the fence. You can see some of the framing still in place, and there's another piece of the original structure that's in place on the east side of the property. And the slide to the left is just to provide context. That property is fenced, but there has been no action on that property. This is 481 Foothill Avenue, the structure dating to 1948. This had been in the 30-day review process and has been ready to be issued. The applicant did not come in to get a demo permit, although we've had conversations with them recently about this moratorium before you. 180 Adams Avenue. The original home was dates to 1908. This is a partial. This was a partial demolition to accomplish a remodel, and the remodel's under construction right now, as you can see in the slide. And that dates to November 2014. Then we have a series, we have 4 properties that have been submitted in January, so they're all in the 30-day review period. This is 126 Miramonte Avenue. It dates to 1907. The next one here is 110 Rancho Road, 1936. The next one is 26 West Alegria, 1960. And I put 2 slides. This home is further back on the property, so it's a little bit more difficult to see from the street. So I gave you 2 angles there. And 491 Grove Street, dating to 1954, also in 30-day review. let's see, how do I get back to the, well, I'll just leave it in there. So we put a few alternatives in your staff report. The council can adopt the moratorium. We ask that you confirm the date, the cutoff date. If you decide to do that tonight, you can ask questions. You can direct us to provide more information. You can not adopt the moratorium. And I can answer questions now or after you've conducted the public hearing. And Leticia may be able to answer any questions, historical questions about any of these projects that I don't have the answers to.
Thank you, Ms. McIntosh. Questions?
I would just like to bring to your attention, there is a red line version of the ordinance, just to correct typographical errors.
Thank you.
Just a question on the staff report. This is on page, it's just, let's see, what page is it? Page 3 of 4, at the last paragraph at the bottom. I mean, one option that, again, was brought up last time, and this was mentioned also in a letter that we all received just today. But this possible exception is to perhaps allow the Planning Commission, acting as the Cultural Heritage Commission, review an application as if it was considered historical, just to make sure we cover all the bases until we put something new in place, and have it review and give, possibly a certificate of appropriateness at that time. Now, I'm not understanding why that is not a good recommendation. You're not, the staff is not recommending that. I'd like to get underneath that a little bit and understand why you don't feel that it's appropriate to do that.
I don't think that I'd say that it's not appropriate. The staff report is a little bit different than the request that you received. In the staff report, we talked about having an exemption for historic properties, those that are already designated that would normally go through the certificate of appropriateness process.
Yeah.
The reason that we aren't recommending that is in the event that you might want to take another look at the historic preservation ordinance to determine that it's adequate, that it has all of the provisions, the current best practices in the preservation field, and so that it would provide the protection you want. But we did include it in the staff report just in case you wanted to provide an exemption to existing historic properties. The mechanics of treating a non-designated property as if it's historic is just a little bit complicated, and we discussed that with the city attorney, and we couldn't come up with an easy way to indicate that something might be historic and be treated with a certificate of appropriateness if it wasn't on the register. And I don't know if the city attorney would like to make any additional comments to that, or if that's a good summary of.
That's a good summary.
Okay, that's fine.
You mind if I ask a follow-up? You asked a question that I was going to ask. And just to follow up on that, Ms. McIntosh, why couldn't you, though, set up a process by which, as the Mayor Pro Tem said, the Planning Commission sits as the, whatever board we call them, and they just go through some sort of process that we establish to say the properties in the pipeline right now, within the next 45 days, they give them a yay or nay, an up or down. These are historic, they're not, they're appropriate to demolish, they're not.
Mm-hmm.
Why couldn't you do that? I mean, what would be the legal, why would that be legally tricky, I guess?
Well, first of all, in order to do that, in order to have a finding like that made, I think you would have to require that each of those, any such application, pay for a historic resource survey individually for the property to make those findings and determinations, and it would have to be someone who was certified for that with that ability. I mean, that would be the first thing. So you'd need to change some regulations to be able to, and I mean, we could certainly look at that, but that's a whole different kind of ordinance than we're looking at this evening. That's not to say that it's not valuable and worth doing. And in fact, there are probably some tweaks that the existing historic preservation ordinance and procedures could use. I mean, for example, properties that are not actually designated as historic for one reason or another. Maybe they were at one time, but they've been delisted. For example, the Jameson House would not currently receive the protections that under the existing ordinance that we have on the books. And that is one of the concerns that staff has and that would be looked at during the moratorium period, so that you would have better protection of potentially historic resources. So circling back to your original question, in order to determine an application for a demolition for a property that wasn't actually listed as historic, you've got to have some way of determining the value of that. Like, could it be potentially historic? Well, the only way to do that is to get an individual resource study, a survey for that particular property and the appropriate findings. That would be a start.
Right. It's a good point. Are there any ways in which you could implement that process, but have a few steps at the beginning, a few check boxes where from just looking a facial review of the house, the year it was built or the style it is, that this wouldn't even, there is no possibility that this would be potentially historic, and therefore the necessity to, get a individual historic survey wouldn't be. For example, you see a 1985 home that was built by an architect or designed by an architect of no notoriety. It's just a run-of-the-mill tract home. I think anyone would probably say that's not a historic home. We wouldn't necessarily force that person to come forward and do a comprehensive historic survey to tell us that, right? I mean, I'm thinking of those types of situations where you might just be able to quickly say this is not a historic asset.
And I guess what Terry's trying to say, we can come back with those things, but not as part of this moratorium. It would be a separate discussion to figure out what changes the council wants to make to the current process.
Right.
Can I ask this question because I want clarity? Tonight, all we're doing is saying we're going to put in a 45-day moratorium of houses built whenever we make that date.
Whatever date.
And then we're going to look at with our historical survey, but we'll also look at maybe the demolition permit that we already have, ordinance that we have, that maybe we can include something about residents would have to get a historical assessment of their own. And then we can also look at the historical ordinance. But tonight, we're just saying we need to put a date and approve or not approve a 45-day moratorium, correct? And then you'll be bringing more information back to us.
That, excuse me, that's correct. That is the purpose of a moratorium, is just to freeze for a very limited period of time the status quo, to give you the time to look at the situation that you have with the development code and the zoning code that you have, and make whatever, as quickly as possible, make whatever changes you need to make in order to put in place those protections. And then at that point in time, you could lift the moratorium because you don't need it.
So I have two questions. First question is, 45 days is just a number we're throwing out. It doesn't necessarily, we're not looking necessarily at 45 the way it's written, correct?
45 days.
45 days, sorry.
No,
for the
45
moratorium.
days is by law, that's the required period under Government Code 65858. That's what you have to do. And then during that initial 45 days, staff is supposed to study the situation, come back to the council within that 45-day period and give you a report, generally that is a staff report, advising you on whether or not the conditions that caused the need for the moratorium in the first place are still there, and what needs to happen in order to fix them. And then at that point in time, you have the decision whether to extend the moratorium for a further period of time, which could be as much as 2 years, but does not need to be.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then my second question was, just so I have an idea and understanding, approximately how long does it take for an individual to go through their own historic survey?
There is some research that needs to take place. A lot of the information can be found online. I would say that a historic preservation consultant could probably get the report done in 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful.
Just one question, Ms. McIntosh. By my count, there were 5 completed single-family demolitions in the last year, and everything else is either multifamily or permits issued but nothing happened, or partial demolitions. Is that correct, 5?
That is probably
Do we know how that
accurate.
5 compares to previous years in terms of completed demolitions of single-family dwellings?
I don't have that number. We looked at the total number of demolition
Don't have any
requests.
idea.
And, well, I can tell you what the total numbers were. In 2012, there were 7 requests for demolition, and in 2013, it was 13, and
But those are the requests.
2014, it was 14. Yeah. So it doubled between 2012 and 2013. And then again, we have 4 in January so far this year. So.
I have a few more questions if no one else. We had talked a bit about the definition of demolition last meeting, and I was hung up on that. And I see that our definition now is, in the ordinance, demolition is defined as the destruction and removal in part or in whole of the foundation, exterior walls, or roof structure, including supporting members of a single-family dwelling or a duplex. And then part of that, we are saying that if more than 25% of the exterior walls are removed, we consider that a demolition, correct?
No.
What we're providing, the council discussed providing an exception for homeowners that wanted to do a remodel. And so we offered this as a suggestion that you would allow up to 25% of the exterior walls to be removed for the purposes of an addition when it is not seen from the public right-of-way. That's a suggested exception that you could make to provide some relief to some property owners while this moratorium's in place.
So if a property owner came in and said, I want to remove 30% of the walls not seen from the public right-of-way, that would be considered a demolition under this?
It's not so much a definition of a demolition.
I guess, and I'm still then struggling with how we're defining demolition.
A demolition exists even 5% of an exterior wall, because our definition of demolition is the removal in whole or in part of any exterior wall, the foundation, the roof, and the supporting beams. So someone who came in and said, I want to remodel my kitchen, and in order to do it, I have to knock out 25%, I have to knock out a portion of wall, so we measure, and they can show that it's 25% or less. They fall within the exception to the thou shalt not demo rule. If the wall that they want to remove is greater than 25%, at least the way that it's suggested and drafted now, then they would not fit within the exception because it's too much to remove during the moratorium period only.
So if someone wanted to come in and replace their roof, put on a different type of roof, that would be considered demolition?
It is, but it's an exception. There
can
are,
do that.
yes, they could do that. This ordinance would not prohibit that. There are 4 different areas of exceptions.
Yeah, I see those.
And
It's
and
still
that would be
not
one.
completely clear
Yeah.
to me how we're defining demolition. And if my colleagues are clear on it, then please educate me. I'm still
It's-
not completely clear on that.
Maybe a less confusing way to think of it is, rather than using the term demolition, it's removal of structure. It's,
So if you tear down a garage, that's a demolition.
well, but that's not a demolition of a single family. We're only looking at single family and duplexes.
No, let's say it's a single-family home with a garage. If it was an exterior garage that I wanted to tear down, would I need a demolition permit?
You would need a demolition permit, and it would be issued during the moratorium period, if that makes sense.
Because it's an exception.
It's
I
not
think where it's a little
included as a, it's not
And
a
I-
single-family residence.
I think where it gets a little confusing is that the municipal code itself, which is one of the sections we need to bring back at a future date, the demolition section of our municipal code has I think that's what's confusing. There's a definition of demolition in there
Yep.
that we all agree needs work.
It
We're
does.
not fixing it right now during the moratorium. That will come back to you to fix that definition.
Yeah.
And so that's what makes it a little confusing.
Yep. Okay.
Sorry, I just thought of another question, and I don't want to get bogged down with the what-ifs, but you gave an example, I think it was the 39 West Orange Grove example, where it wasn't intended to be a 100% demolition, but as they were going through it, they found out that there needed to be a complete demolition. How, in the example of this moratorium, how can you prepare for that? How, is there some type of contingent so that someone doesn't come in and say, okay, I'm only going to demo 25%, but, oh, now I need to demo the entire thing?
They wouldn't be able to continue the demolition beyond what's permitted in the ordinance.
Okay.
And let's say somebody were just a rogue demolition team comes in, and we would put a stop work notice on it, and everything would stop and freeze.
Isn't there also a penalty in the demolition ordinance that if they do something illegally, they can't build again for a few years or
We
something?
did do that. That rings a bell.
That was the
I
last
think we did do
council.
that.
We
That was
did.
the last, right. We did do that.
All right. Oh, sorry.
Clear on this, so the moratorium, we're still going by the demolition permit ordinance that we have on the books, or we just going away?
Set aside
Okay.
for,
Correct. This is a standalone, just
Okay.
to keep it simple, just for the period of the moratorium itself. And for the purpose of the moratorium, demolition is defined herein, and if you have a single-family dwelling or a duplex, and you fall within whatever year the city council designates, and none of the exceptions apply to you, then for the period of the demolition, you may not remove the foundation or the exterior walls or the roof, although if you needed to for repair, you could remove them but replace with the same materials.
But, for example, in the demolition permit, section 105.7, we ask for a mitigation report, so they're still going to have to submit a mitigation report, yes or no?
Yes, they would if it's a permit that they need. In other words, if they fall within one of the four exceptions,
Then they have to follow.
then they would still have to follow whatever building code requirements exist in order to pull those permits.
Okay.
I know we have thank you, Ms. McIntosh, we have a number of speakers here tonight, and we will allow everyone to come up. We will ask you to keep it to 3 minutes if you can. Obviously, if you need to go over, we'll allow you to, but we do have a lot of folks that want to speak. So at this time, we will open this up for public comment.
and Mr. Mayor, the live stream is working now,
The live stream is
just so
working,
you're
thank
aware.
goodness. People can watch.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Gretchen Vance, and I have my family here, so they're going to introduce themselves, except for my husband Neil, who broke down on the freeway on the way here, so
Oh,
he's
wow.
not here. I have to go pick him up, so hopefully you guys vote our way. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Brock Vance. I'm Caleb Vance.
I'm Josh Vance. I'm Sarah Vance.
And we feel privileged because our house on 26 West Alegria got 2 photos. Woo-hoo. Right? And that's because our house sits far in the back. But we live and own an 818 square foot home built in 1960 on Alegria Avenue. Why have we lived in such a small home for the last 14 years with 4 growing kids? The answer is simple. We have sacrificed size to raise our family in this perfect small town of Sierra Madre. However, for the past 6 years, we have saved, planned, and pursued an addition to our home. Nothing fancy, just an additional bathroom and a couple of bedrooms, but in order to complete our addition, it will require a demolition permit from the city. We have been working with the city planning department for several years so as to follow all setbacks, variances, etc. We have a large 8,250 square foot lot, so building a modest 1,600 square foot home, single story, is well within city codes and building guidelines. Our first set of plans, Sarah has, is complete, and on Monday we paid the fees and filed for our plan check. We also have hired a Sierra Madre resident to be our general contractor. We are very aware of this urgent need to impose a moratorium on residential demolition permits in order to give you time to complete your studies, land use, water, historical resources, so that we maintain our small town atmosphere. That is why we live here. However, we also understand that by imposing this moratorium, you would not want to penalize your long-standing residents whose homes are in desperate need of a facelift. We personally have given back to this wonderful city in many ways. We worked extremely hard to lobby PUSD to build our new middle school. Isn't it beautiful? It is going to be gorgeous. We're very excited. We have served on various committees and boards, including the Chamber, Sierra Madre Little League, and I currently sit on the Measure TT Oversight Committee at PUSD. In conclusion, we urge you to please consider adopting the ordinance for demolition requests prior to 1940, rather than 45 years or older. Or another idea would be to stipulate in the ordinance that demolition permits can only be given to people who have resided in the home for 5 years. This will allow us to obtain our demolition permit and turn our ugly, stucco, square box of a home, no historical value whatsoever, come look at it, you're welcome to come, into a beautiful new craftsman-style, energy-efficient home without any delay. It's true, as you can see, that our kids aren't getting any smaller, and we would like to begin our project without delay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I gotta go pick up my husband.
All right. Tell me say hello.
Matt Bryant, Edgeview Drive, and from Preserve Sierra Madre. I support the demolition moratorium for the initial 45-day period for all properties built before 1970. However, at the same time, I don't want to see owners get ensnared in this moratorium if their particular situation does not meet what the demolition moratorium was designed to prevent. And that may well be these people who just spoke. So during that 45-day period, exceptions should be carved out for those exceptional circumstances. And so I am going to be sympathetic to the concerns of some of the people who probably are going to come in here and speak today. But at the same time, I'm also concerned about maintaining the village character that we have here. And I think the City Council should err on the side of further protections during this 45-day period, because once the wrecking ball gets done, there's simply no going back. You can't reverse the damage that is done. It's forever. And if we want to maintain our little village in the foothills, we simply can't let that happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt.
Hello, Mayor Pro Tem Capocha and Mayor John Herbedian, members of the council and administration. I'm sure that there would be few who would disagree that the identity of any community rests heavily on the architectural styles of the homes that cover its landscape. No end to this subject has been part recently of community discussions at the Planning Commission and City Council meetings. We here in Sierra Madre can look with pride at our village atmosphere because there has been a vigilance by our residents to attempt to refrain from development that scars our hillsides or that which requires extensive municipal construction projects meant to support unbridled development. When talking with residents of other communities and those who live in the flatlands, they often offer a compliment by saying, "You have such a beautiful community up there. How do you do it?" My answer always is, "Thank you, but it's not easy." By not easy, I mean one has to remain vigilant at all times to watch for those insidious circumstances that look so mundane, but they can in effect ruin what once was a beautiful site or something that had great character. That leads me to say that demolition projects should be viewed with an extra care in that they can offer that they can forever affect the beauty, history, and character of a town, and very specifically Sierra Madre. Our community only covers 3 square miles, so just one demolition can be seen by virtually the entire population within just a short time. And it can affect the perception of the character of a town just by residents, but not only by residents, but by those who may simply be visitors who are just passing through. This is impossible with many other cities. I hope now, after hearing part of the discussion this evening, that something is going to have to be done to establish a guideline that may not be all-encompassing, in other words, a home built before a certain date. Because I think what we have here is we probably have some nice homes built in 1965 or 70 that have some very historical features to them, or something in the architecture, or something that was there prior to the development. So there's going to be a number of things, I think, that affect the demolition permits due to that factor. But lastly, I would say that my experience in the community over many years has been that so many demolitions have not been people coming in and looking at what they have here and saying, what a beautiful facility or home. They're saying immediately, this can be torn down and we can build something bigger and better. And I know it's getting to be a thing that's going over and over and over again, but I, many years ago as a kid, used to drive through Arcadia, and Arcadia was such a nice area of ranch homes. Frankly, with no offense intended to certain people, I think the community has developed into just one gargantuan mansionization. So, that being said, I thank you for agendizing this moratorium, and I thank you for getting in front of this issue instead of in back of it. It's really commendable on your part. And as some others said this evening, you really are to be thanked for your position a couple weeks ago, because this is something that's going to be stamped on your legacy for years to come, believe me. Thank you.
Thank you, Clem.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city staff. My name is Mike Paris, Laurel Avenue, Sierra Madre. I'm a young timer in Sierra Madre, 17 years only. I'd like to urge the council to consider a stop date of 1970 or earlier on the topic at hand. The first speaker, it's very important to address her issues. She has very valid issues, and those need to be seriously considered for that. Sounds like she's going to put something together that's really, really nice. We need to protect our mid-century ranch homes. Our men and women fought in World War II. They spilled their blood. There was a famous architect busily working on designs for when our men and women came back from the war. That architect is Cliff May. Cliff May is the father of the ranch house style. He started a revolution in housing. His roots are in the California rancho-style homes that the Spanish built here years ago, when this is Santa Anita Rancho. He took all of those ideas on the early California style of housing and came up with an entirely new way of building homes that was quite different from the ugly box homes we call traditional that were built after the Craftsman era and bungalow era. Those homes, frankly, are quite a little bit unsightly, and those should be considered when people want to replace that type of home. The ranch-style mid-century homes are truly marvels of the housing industry. They were designed to be cleaned up inside in a snap, easily accommodate a growing family. They were actually very, very easy on gas, electricity, because of the way they only had 8-foot ceilings. They're called Ramblers. I live in one. I was born in one. I was born in Fullerton, California in 1952 in an area called Sunny Hills. And it was a 100% ranch development along with equestrian. I was very fortunate to grow up in this type of community with minimum 15,000 square foot lots going up to 1 acre. 100% ranch style. 75 miles of horse trail in Sunny Hills in Fullerton. Those trails still exist. What's occurred in the last 10 years is the neighborhood of my youth has been devastated. The families coming who are bordering North Korea have sent millions of dollars and have come in and taken over with this mansionization. They have torn down the ranch homes. The house across the street from the home my father built in 1948 is literally 3 stories high. It is a 2-story home. It is shocking to the community. What's happening is the neighborhood is being blockbusted all throughout Sunny Hills. Once it happens to one home, the neighbors want to sell. They've lost their privacy. The sense of community is being broken up. We have several ranch house neighborhoods in Sierra Madre. One is East Laurel. The other one is south of Sierra Madre Boulevard, across from the pool, the Holdman Street area. We have several ranch house communities up in the hills here, built in the 60s and late 50s. We need to consider protecting those homes from mansionization to protect the existing neighborhood, because that to me would be blockbusting to allow something that doesn't fit into the environment. So please consider these mid-century marvels that were designed and copied over and over again by hundreds of developers across the country, taking Cliff May's original designs and creating the American dream for our post-war veterans and families. And I'm so grateful I was able to grow up in that type of neighborhood. One more thought.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it
It's
up.
about 30 years ago, Bungalow Heaven was protected. Well, now the ranch homes mid-century are now in line for protection, and to at least to have design review if something's going to be taken down and it's going to be a ranch-style home. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I would just like to note that Clem Bartoli, who spoke before this last speaker, is a 3-term council member, 3-term mayor, and you didn't mention it, but it's nice always to have our former mayors and council members come up and speak, so. Marguerite?
Marguerite Schuster, Mount Wilson Trail. Thank you for the proposed emergency ordinance with respect to demolitions, which I strongly support. Of course, the poster child for its pressing necessity is the Henry Darling House, a classic home embodying the spirit of an age when loving care could be given to creating a beautiful space for ordinary living. Such a place could not and would not be built today in our era of the gaudy, the pretentious, the disposable. We have neither the will nor the patience, and that makes the testimony of this treasure all the more needed. To destroy it or to allow it to be destroyed would be to show a culpable insensibility, both to beauty and to historic value. I earnestly hope that you will find a way to protect it, along with other structures without which our town simply cannot maintain its unique character. One cannot maintain one's identity if one does away with one's past. Thanks.
Thank you, Marguerite.
Catralia Angus, 405 North Cannon Avenue. My bachelor's degree is in medieval and Renaissance studies from Pitzer College, Claremont. My college counselor, medievalist, and craftsman scholar, Dr. Barry Sanders, actually moved an actual Craftsman Grove house onto the campus for all to enjoy. When I dance, I aim to reflect the beauty I perceive all around me, especially the beauty of our town. Likewise, the original owners who built the Darling home at 126 East Miramonte reflected the beauty of what they saw and enjoyed seeing. Sanders calls the Middle Ages the golden period of arts and crafts. The craftsman movement of the 19th and early 20th centuries, in which homeowners performed the actual building, was a movement back to the functional beauty of medieval Europe. The Darling home and others were built to be enjoyed for centuries. It was believed in the Middle Ages and in the craftsman movement to fit into nature, not to go against it. The unobtrusive Darling home, with its simple but ample porch and its large windows and small upper porch, just right for sitting in a comfy chair, is perhaps the best example of humans as a part of nature. From the home, one can see the oaken forest and take a very short walk to Mount Wilson Trail, prior to the much longer and rejuvenating hike up the mountain itself. Those who built this jewel of our town clearly reflected a love and respect for nature. To demolish it would go expressly against their dream. I am very strongly urging you to deny permission to demolish 126 East Miramonte and to instill a moratorium on the demolition of all homes built prior to 1930.
Thank you, Cottrell. Any other comments? Any other questions?
Heather Allen on Grove. I simply wanted to state that I'm not an anthropology major or an architect, but I don't think anyone has to be either of those professions to realize that when you begin to destroy the homes in your community, you slowly begin to lose our culture. It's something that I hadn't realized until just recently. We think of culture as language, foods, customs. It never really occurred to me that the house in which you live, the size, the aesthetic look, whether it's near a mountain or in a city or a suburb, it's all a part of you, your family, your culture, your community. So we have to preserve these homes, not just because they're historical or because they have financial or sentimental value, but we have to work towards preserving our culture as well, the American culture. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gina Felikian, and I'm joined tonight by my husband Greg and my daughter Nicole, my oldest, our son Andrew, and we also have a 12-year-old who is at dance tonight, so she couldn't join us. My husband has wanted to move to this community for so many years. He wanted to move closer to work, and because of the ages of our children, we kept delaying him. It seemed appropriate about 3 years ago that the time was right because our oldest was off to college and our son was graduating from high school and going off to college, and our youngest was transitioning to junior high. 2.5 years ago, we started aggressively looking for homes between Monrovia and Pasadena, and we had made numbers of offers. All of our offers had gotten outbid. And then 110 Rancho came on the market, and I can't tell you how excited and proud we were not only to have been able to purchase that property because they did accept our offer, but to become members of the Sierra Madre community. I made the mistake of reading up on all of the chatter that had been happening on this topic. And so many people kept referring to people who wanted to get demo permits as developers and build mansions. And just because they keep using those terms doesn't mean that it's accurate, and it doesn't make it true. The City Council, the Planning Department, the citizens of Sierra Madre have made it abundantly clear over the last 3 years that they are not interested in developers moving into their city. But never once did I think that they didn't want families moving in as well. I thought about standing up here tonight to try to sway you one way or the other, but I know I'm not that good of a speaker. And I honestly believe that for the most part, most of you have already made up your mind as to what decision you want to make regarding the voting of the moratorium. You know, it's one thing to watch this on television or to read about it in the paper tomorrow morning and decide for your family if you want to get involved in all of this and buy a home in Sierra Madre and find yourselves in the middle of this situation. We can't make that choice. We made the choice that we wanted to live here, that we wanted to start the next chapter of our lives here. We are already in the system. We already applied for a demo permit. It doesn't matter if the moratorium is for 30 days or 45 days or 2 years. Every day that you delay us costs us money that, quite frankly, we didn't budget for. If you choose to move forward with this moratorium, I am begging you to find a way to allow those of us already in the pipeline a way to navigate our way through it. Please don't bury us in some abyss that we may not be able to withstand the end date. I can honestly look each one of you in the eye and tell you that we bought our property with the very best of intentions. Please don't stop us from moving here and allowing us to make Sierra Madre our home. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments? Form a line here.
Hi, I'm Julie Cheetah Brown, and I live at we own 126 East Miramonte, and we are trying to build a home for our family. I think it seems very fitting that I go after you because I have a very similar story. We moved here a year and a half ago. I have 2 young children, and we moved here for this community because of what it was. We moved from out of town. We're renting a house because when we went to purchase the property, 2 other people had purchased 126 East Miramonte and then backed out of the transition based upon the lack of structural integrity in the property. We moved forward with the purchase knowing what we were getting ourselves into, eyes wide open. We knew we were going to have to do a major demolition to the project. We knew there were major structural issues. All of that we knew. We also moved into it and spent the next 5 months with a local architect attempting to rehab the existing property. I wish that 126 East Miramonte was the property that a lot of people talked about. Unfortunately, it's not. It sat for 33 years with the prior owners and is in complete disrepair. The more we looked into it, the more we realized that there are significant structural issues that it made it unsafe. I haven't moved my family into that house. We're renting a house. Well, that house sits vacant, and it's been over a year. Like this other family, we can't sustain that. We've done everything in our power to try to work through the system, to try to work within the current rules of the administration. We've worked with the planning department the entire way, abided by all the codes that were in place at the time, and we've made investment decisions based upon the rules that were in place at the time. We had no intention of eventually having to demolish the property. That was not our goal. We owned a house in Minneapolis that was a 1909 Dutch colonial that we spent 3 years rehabbing because it was structurally sound. That was our intent. We've provided to the committee a report from our structural engineer that says 126 East Miramonte is hazardous, is uninhabitable, and we're in a position now where we're stuck. I can't move into the property because it's unsafe for my family. I can't continue to rent and pay a mortgage for a moratorium that, quite honestly, I don't know when it's going to end. We're saying 45 days, but I've also heard that these studies could take 6 months to a year. I can't afford that. And if I try to move now with a moratorium in place, my property value just went way down. I can't sell it. So I just think that the council needs to really understand the financial implications of what they're doing in the position that they're putting current residents in. Both of my children go to Sierra Madre Elementary. We immediately got involved in everything related to the community. I am on the Sierra Madre Annual Fund. I am on the Sierra Madre Site Council. My husband coached both my daughter and my son's AYSO. They play baseball. They are in the Girl Scouts. We want to be a part of this community, but like the other family, we feel like we're being excluded and pushed out based upon a lot of hype and not a lot of facts. Because I don't know that a lot of people took the time to understand the facts of our situation. I think a lot of people make a lot of assumptions, which I think is unfortunate. But the reality of the situation is you're impacting people's lives, residents' lives, and their financial wherewithal with the decision that you're going to make. And I urge you to really consider the full implications of what you're doing. In the financial impact analysis that was in the agenda, there was one item, the fact that the city was going to lose money for permits. You guys, that's not a financial impact analysis. You have to understand the impact it's going to have on anyone trying to buy or sell a house in this community. Because if people can't rely on the codes or the rules that are in place, why would they trust? It's all based on good faith. We've spent a year and a half, well, a year and 4 months, I shouldn't exaggerate, trying to make this work. We've spent multiple thousands of dollars on architects and surveyors and you name it. We've applied. We are almost through plan check. We got very minimal comments back because we made sure that our plans were compliant with every single code, and we're about 25 days out of the 30 into our demolition permit waiting period. I don't know what more we could have done to try to make this work within the current rules and within the current process. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I didn't get her last name.
Brown.
Her last name.
Brown.
Brown?
Brown.
Hi, I'm Dave Brown, 126 East Miramonte. I do know there are a lot of rumors going around that developers own the property and bought it to raise it and build some monstrosity. I would like to say, I mean, my wife gave a very accurate and heart-filled representation of what we've been through. But yes, we moved here in August of 2013, just in time to get our kids into school here. We did choose this location for our kids. We purchased the house, I think, in November 5th of 2013. So we've owned it for a little over a year now. And it's been kind of a nightmare for us just after this first 6 months. We did try and save the house as much as we could, even though our architect thought we were completely nuts. You know, we did a lot of due diligence. We came down to the city, talked to the city. Are we on the historic list? Apparently the house has never been on any list that the city's ever had in recorded history. I understand that it has been there for over 100 years. Unfortunately, it has not been taken very well care of over the last 30 years, maybe more than that. And we do have a letter from our structural engineer as well as pictures of the house and the structural deficiencies, which I will be happy to hand you. We would have loved to save the character of the house. At the end of the day, we walked through with the structural engineer after dealing with our architect for a good 6 months, coming up with multiple ways. Even just dealing with the city staff, we found it very difficult to save the house. Due to the slope of the lot and everything, we ran into height issues with everything. We ran into the appearance of 3 stories. Oh, just getting a design from the beginning was a nightmare for us. And then we finally walked the structural engineer through. And then he's like, yeah, what did you want to do with the house? You know, a little deflating. I got to say, after the first 6 months, I was like, oh, you got to be kidding me. He's like, you know, by the time we're done, you'll have just rebuilt the house, right? We're not going to save any of the features in the house. And, you know, I'm with a lot of the people here. I love the California Craftsman. That is why we bought it. Unfortunately, we are not able to save it or salvage any of it, regretfully. At this point, you know, we started over after that 6 months and worked with our architect again to come up with a brand new plan. You know, we had to lower the house to meet the height requirements and the appearance of 3 stories. We tried to make it fit into the hill. We intentionally kept it under 4,000 square feet because I didn't want to go through plan commission, and, you know, we didn't ask for anything special. I was like, it's no need. We're a family of 4. You know, maybe our in-laws might move in with us someday. 4,000 square feet, we can make it work. We'll get through faster. We'll be able to build it. You know, and here we are at the last minute, right? We got the plans through city at least first. We got comments back. I was like, all right, we should go apply for a demo permit. So on January 5th, I applied for the demo permit. On January 6th, you guys brought up let's have a moratorium on demolition permits. I was like, this is like a nightmare for me, right? The demo, the water thing was even a nightmare for me. I was like having a heart attack 3 months prior. So it's kind of gone on and on for us. This house has become kind of a nightmare for me. Honestly, I think 45 more days, like I say, we were paying the mortgage, we're paying the rent. Wow, it does add up for us. It's like, what are we going to do with the house? If you freeze me, I know that 45 days isn't really 45 days because you're going to make me go through the historic analysis, the survey, right? That survey is going to take us a year. And from there, you're going to base your new general plan and your new R1 residential code. So I'm looking at least 2 years of sitting on the property, all right, which honestly should probably have been torn down a year ago. I don't know what to do, but obviously, I think if you guys freeze us out at this point, my wife and I are going to have to make some decision as to what we're going to do with the property because we aren't going to be able to financially afford to continue forth with our project. Starting over just doesn't seem reasonable to us at this point. It's just kind of heart-wrenching for us, really. As well, I feel like the whole urgency matter has been somewhat overblown as we've looked at the pictures of the houses that have been, you know, had demo permits from the last year. And honestly, we decided was 5 full demos, but we didn't have any information about the homes. We don't know what year. Well, we know what year, but we don't know what condition. We don't know if there was really any historic resources lost. I don't think that if we look at the last 5 years from 2010 forward, maybe we need better sampling of what's been torn down. After having gone through the process of getting a plan together, I know it's pretty restrictive. I mean, we're not going to end up with mansions like in Arcadia. I mean, I know that seems to be a big issue, but it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. Anybody that wants to build a giant house here is going through plan commission, right? There's going to be a lot of review. You know, you're either going to be a small house like we were trying to, or at least under 4,000 that fits on your lot per code. It is pretty stringent right now. I don't think many people know that unless they.
I'm just going to ask you to wrap it up.
Unless they go through the process.
Sure.
So you know, I'm looking for maybe a little more analysis on what we're really doing before we make an urgent demand on people to freeze all really remodeling, additions, or demolitions of any nature. It just seems pretty abrupt without really
Mr. Brown, Councilmember has a question for you.
Yeah, Mr. Brown, this is really a tough story to hear. I mean, most of us in here have been through home renovations or buying and selling of a home, and you have tremendous sympathy for me. However, I'm wanting to, maybe you could be clear for me. When you bought this home, you said you knew it had structural problems.
Yes.
So I'm kind of wondering why now you seem to be perplexed by the fact it has structural problems.
Oh, no. I was never perplexed that we had structural problems. I thought we'd be able to overcome it. Mm-hmm. We knew we'd have to build a new foundation, all right? There's pipe jacks underneath the house holding it up. They had propped it up with 4x4 posts willy-nilly. I mean, we knew it had some issues. The floors are pretty wavy. I honestly thought we'd be able to salvage at least, some of the front end of the house, which looked great. And I was like, we just got to come up with design. We'll put in a new foundation, and it's going to work out. We had contractors walk through. Like I said, we did our due diligence, I felt, to begin with.
So what happens that you're not able to do that? That original plan?
Our original plans, we could never come up with a plan that met staff's 3 stories. I mean, we kind of wanted to expand it. Upstairs, the ceilings are pretty low. There's not a lot of square footage upstairs. We wanted to have 3 bedrooms. Well, we really wanted to have 4 bedrooms, but just getting what we wanted out of the house, it ended up, we were just going to end up like attaching another building on the side of the house, which was somewhat unacceptable for me from aesthetic point of view, but that's where we ended up. And then we actually walked the structural engineer through, which my fault for not having done like probably day one, but that's what I did. And he was like, there's so much everything else. All the walls are probably somewhat lacking in structural integrity. If you look up close, the front windows with giant front pane windows, there's bows where the weight has taken its time over, where the weight has taken its, it's compromised the structural integrity of it. It just became, like one thing after another. Like, we were talking about the other demo where they knocked down part of it and they're like, you know what, we got to take down the rest. That's going to be that house. If we would have started demoing, there just would have been no stopping.
Okay, thank you.
So that's what.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Appreciate it.
Greg Eisenberg, 510 Manzanita. I moved my family to Sierra Madre 1.5 years ago because it was an extraordinary cute town, small city, with decent schools and close to my new job. My wife and I met Julie and Dave at a new parents' breakfast hosted by the PTA. We quickly found we had a lot in common. We'd all lived in Seattle for a while. We'd all moved here, and we'd all decided to pick Sierra Madre to live because of its unique character. Not just its unique character, but also its welcoming feel. When we visited the neighborhood as we were touring the areas in Southern California, we were struck by how nice everybody was. And we really fell in love with the community. We also had in common that the fact that we plan to buy or build a home in the area in the coming years. In the last year or so, my wife has watched while Julie and Dave searched for their new home. They put in many hours visiting dozens of houses until they finally decided that their new home would be the old house at 126 East Miramonte. They knew that rehabilitating the house was going to be a challenge. It was going to be a large project, but they wanted to rebuild what once was a beautiful house. However, over the next few months, part of their dream soured, as you've heard. They learned that the previous owners, and likely the prior owners, didn't maintain the property as it required. They learned that the old house was in much worse shape than initially thought, and that several structurally unsound issues were going to be much harder to fix, if not impossible to repair. They learned that it would be more feasible to start over. So reluctantly, they threw out their months of work and started over. Along the way, they followed the rules. They worked with an architect who's also a fellow member of the community. They worked with their city staff. They submitted their plans. They paid their fees, updated their plans as required. And now they're ready to build a charming addition to the city, a charming addition to the neighborhood that fits into the aesthetic of the neighborhood. And they're looking at more problems, what seems to me a very unneighborly and unwelcoming situation. It seems to me that in our otherwise welcoming community, we're erecting new barriers to future neighbors. It seems that instead of welcoming investment in rejuvenation and positive construction efforts are being met with resistance. There's no doubt that there's a difference between good development and bad development in a community like ours. But our city has already in place construction review processes. Directly from the text of the proposal, the city has a 30-day review process for demolition requests. The state and the city and the county all have existing procedures for marking properties as historic. Is an urgent temporary moratorium really required? Reading through the text of the proposed moratorium, I'm struck by a few thoughts. First is the comment that 77% of the housing stock was constructed before 1970. That makes 77% of the housing in Sierra Madre 45 years or older, or historic, per the terms of the moratorium. That has a huge effect on the residents here. I wonder if all the residents share the same sense of urgency about these policy changes. Has there been any effort to quantify how many residents have such a sense of urgency? Or if the residents want new rules or oversights or reviews on repairs that they might need to make to their homes? The second thought which struck me was that there were no costs associated with this proposal. The financial review section of the moratorium is a single sentence. It says, a moratorium on demolitions could impact revenues from building permits. Seems like a very shallow financial review. What are the costs? The document states that there were 3 proposals for historic preservation consultants to prepare historic context statements and conduct historic surveys. What do those cost? Where does that money come from? Beyond this, I'd like to know how many houses there are in Sierra Madre which are like 126 East Miramonte how many houses in Sierra Madre are like the one on East Miramonte, in need of a lot of repair. We all know that there are many houses in our community that could use a facelift. Many of those are indeed older than 45 years old. If owners of those homes can't sell because future buyers cannot rebuild, those houses will simply rot in place, and negatively affecting the homes around them and the property value of the community, and putting more of a blight on the community than, say, a new home that you might not appreciate its aesthetic value for. If the staff wants to propose a moratorium, I recommend that the staff complete a more thorough financial review of all the economic impacts before making a recommendation to the council. In the last 1.5 years, we've grown to really love Sierra Madre's charming aesthetic, but also its community feel. We've enjoyed the various parades, the unique Halloween celebration, the events at Memorial Park, the festivals at Kirsten Court. My wife has gotten involved in the creative arts group, and my mother-in-law moved into town as well. We really like the people we met. Our neighbors are inviting. Our kids have made great friends at the community school. But while we've grown to love this town and are happy to have chosen it, we also know firsthand it is extremely hard to find a decent and reasonably priced house to buy here. My wife and I are currently renting our home in Sierra Madre, and we've been scouring the real estate listings and visited many open houses in the last year, hoping to find a place we could buy and call our own. It's nearly impossible to find a house for a family of 4 under $1 million. Sierra Madre is 339% more expensive than the national average and 179% more expensive than the California average for housing. That's according to a site. I can give you the reference. So what about the members of the community who've expressed a sense of urgency about the lack of reasonably priced housing? What about the members of the community who've expressed a sense of urgency that building in this city has been made a little too difficult sometimes? I would like to buy or build a house in Sierra Madre, but if the city makes buying or building, renovating a house too hard, we'll end up someplace else because it's already nearly too expensive to afford. I would like to see Sierra Madre's character preserved. I don't want to see cookie cutter houses, but I also don't want to see more barriers to positive urban renewal, which rebuilding a single-family home often brings. The current building review processes already ensure that development being made in Sierra Madre are positive developments. More barriers simply drive costs up and potential residents out. I hope the City Council makes the right choice on this moratorium.
Thank you. And John, what is his name?
Can we get your name, sir? Can we get your name again for the record?
Greg Eisenberg.
Greg Eisenberg. And again, everyone can take as long as they want, but if we
No,
could
no,
try
I want to keep it to
3
3 minutes,
yeah.
Render, because I'm paying the babysitter by the hour. So yeah, I encourage everybody else to please keep it under 3 minutes. I'm at Scott Haas, Haas. I'm at 101 Lima, where we rent a house. I'm at 89 East Montecito, actually 123 East Montecito, where I have a business. And the property we own is at 498 Woodland Drive. So I span the whole 3 miles of this city. Where I'm going to tell you the same story about my family and how it's going to affect my family. We've been working with the city for about 2 years, so have hope, to come up with a plan. We're in the canyon on Woodland Drive, so we're under different rules. Rules that you wouldn't tear a house down. If you notice, none of the housing that was looked to be tore down last year was in the canyon because we have canyon-specific plans up there. So I asked the city council not to apply the moratorium to the canyon because many of the issues that you're looking to stop, mansionization here in the flatland, what we consider you guys people, even though you consider the Arcadia people flatland, we can still consider you guys flatland people, is already in place in the canyon. We went through those procedures. You know, we had hearing after hearing. Neighbors came, and, you know, we came up with what really makes the character of the canyon what it is. And we know that because it's taken us 2 years to come up with a plan that saves the trees. Even though the city said I could take some trees out, I wasn't going to have it. You know, we're saving every single tree on there, and we want to move our family there. I mean, much like from the very beginning, first speaker to now, you know, this isn't affecting developers. You know, no one that's come up here they can accuse of being a developer. I know we need to do something not to become Arcadia. You know, we drive up Santa Anita. I mean, they've had 14 tear downs just on that one street. You know, that isn't what Sierra Madre had. We had 4 or 5 last year, you know, and 3 the year before. That's just the economy getting better. That's just, it's not an epidemic that's happening. But you guys need to work on your master plan and get it done. I blame maybe prior city council members or whoever we blame, but the rules need to be in place, and they need to be in place so people know how to make decisions. So I encourage you to put the rules in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haas.
Hello, my name's Gianni Galati. I own one of the 258 Rancho Road, one of the homes that was demoed last year. I was born, raised, and have lived my entire life in Temple City, and I'm coming up here to build my dream home. What other people want to call a mansion, I just call it my dream home. And not everybody coming up here is a developer. Some of us like it up here. All my friends live up here. I think I had to go through the CUP process. I think it's a fair process. They looked at my design. I got compliments from the Planning Commission. It's a single-story house. I think the rules that are in place on building larger homes here on the larger lots is fair. I don't think that we need to cut it down to become Arcadia. I think the rules in place prevent us from being Arcadia. You can't build a 10,000, as big a lot as you can find in here in Sierra Madre, you're not going to be able to build a 10,000 square foot mansion. It's not in the rules. You can't get it through. You guys look at everything that goes in over 4,000 feet. So I think the rules that are in place are fair. And again, I know a lot of people got up here and think that everybody who's coming up here wants to build a mansion and is a developer. No, there's families that want to come live here. And I'm just kind of urging you guys to look at, there are families that want to come here and not develop, houses to just flip. Thank you.
Well, I'm Donald Songster. I'm one of the Flatlanders. All due respect to the Canyon people. I have something to hand out to the council. Can somebody help me do this? They get one of each one of these. Okay, they each get 2. Okay, so why don't you try that? There should be enough around. I live at 647 West Sierra Madre Boulevard. I've been in this town not a very long time. By some people's standards, only 20 years. But I moved here from Palo Alto, and I must say it might have been easier for me to move here from New York than to move from Northern California. However, my wife and I drove through Sierra Madre. We were looking for a rental house, and we passed this house on Sierra Madre Boulevard, and it was for sale. It was in 1994. And I thought, oh, wow, wouldn't that be cool? No one had lived there for over 8 years. It was all overgrown. Paint was peeling. The walls were sagging. The earthquake had taken its toll. I brought, everyone that I brought through said, don't do it. Don't get this house, you know. So in my infinite wisdom, I kept pushing, and then I ran into John Brinkman from the American Bungalow magazine, and he directed me to Judy Webb Martin and Phyllis Chapman. And they gave me the whole story about this house. And after we purchased it, John Brinkman said, you know, Donald, we should do a story about this in American Bungalow magazine. I said, that'd be great, John. Well, 16 or 17 years later, it made the cover of American Bungalow magazine. There aren't any more of these available. I bought all the extra copies, but I made some for you. And then the original article here is from the Craftsman magazine. This was published in March 1908. The house was built in 1907. And the real estate agents and stuff, all they had was this. They didn't have the cover or where this article came from. So here's an article from 1908 with original pictures of the exterior and the interior, and it describes what the builder was what he was trying to accomplish. Not very many houses have, you know, this kind of documentation. And I went to the Pasadena library, and I said, do you know where this came from? Well, I asked a lot of people, and they said, oh, no, we don't know. And then one of the librarians said, oh, that's the Craftsman magazine, that's their typeface. So then I searched through the archives, and I found the March 1908. Anyway, it was scheduled for demolition several times. And if you drive by it now, you can imagine how many times it might have been scheduled for demolition, because there's a 25-unit apartment on one side and a 15-unit apartment on the other. And the 15-unit apartment's built on the same size lot as our house. And so, and just before the owner accepted our offer, he applied for a demolition permit. And so the Cultural Heritage Commission members and the Sierra Madre historical preservation people, they got together and said, well, what can we do, what can we do? And we met in this conference room behind council chambers, real estate agent, cultural heritage, and said, okay, what can we do? Because they knew we were interested in the house. So I said, well, we could up the offer. We could throw some more money at it. So I made another offer. And then my wife passes me a piece of paper with additional thousands of dollars on it. You know? And I said, do you want to live in this house between two apartments? And she said, yeah, between two apartments. I do. Well, I've been working on it for 20 years. And it is part of the history of this town, this house. And if you want to see something, you know, I first of all, I would like to support the, you know, your adoption of this demolition with, you know, some caveats for some people that have spoken already. I mean, I've already, you know, heard them. But I think that all you have to do is go down Sierra Madre Boulevard, and you can see we are the last one there. We're the only one there. And this town, this is a cabin. You know, this is a rustic cabin. I always wanted a cabin in the woods. Well, I got one. It's on Sierra Madre Boulevard, and the houses next to it were grand, and they were owned and occupied by prominent members of the community. And they all got torn down. You can still see the walls and stuff, you know, but the houses are all gone. But Mrs. Rigglesberger, who lived there from 1957 to 1987, she wouldn't sell, and she wouldn't sell to the neighbor. And so that house was sitting there in 1994, you know, for us. And I've redone the foundation, and I'll tell you, you know, the idea of these houses, how they were built, you know, they actually dug a hole to put the rock in the ground at my house. That was pretty advanced. Usually they just came out and they just scraped the surface with their foot and put down a rock on top of the surface and built the house on top of that, you know. That's the method of construction in that period of time. So I have, you know, I've done a lot of structural work. I did that for years. Everybody says, well, when are you going to start fixing it up? Well, I have to do all the structural stuff first, otherwise it's going to fall down, you know, and when I have this, you know, beautiful plaster and stuff. So now Anyway, it's my story. I don't really want it to be about me, but I want you to understand that there is this. I consider this a success. Success of dodging demolition in Sierra Madre. And I give you something to take home to read about. That's all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Songster.
Barry Gold, 441 Ramona Avenue. Good evening again, Mayor and Council members. Most of the houses that were presented in the PowerPoint earlier are not historic in nature. And I don't see the problem so much as allowing them to be torn down. I see the problem as what is going to be put up in their place. The Planning Commission, and by the way, nobody wants to deny anyone the right to build their dream home here in Sierra Madre. We just want those homes to blend in, not stick out. The Planning Commission next month is going to send you several recommendations. One is going to be to lower the CUP threshold from 4,000 square feet to hopefully 3,000 square feet, allowing them to review more houses to make sure that they will blend in and not stick out. They'll also recommend that all two-story homes, those most likely to be massive and bulky, be subject to the Planning Commission CUP review. And finally, they're going to recommend to you that the maximum allowable square footage of all R1 zones be reduced. 45 days will be a perfect amount of time for you to receive these recommendations, review them, alter them as you see fit, and then implement them. This will greatly mitigate the danger of having inappropriate, oversized McMansion-type houses built here until the general plan is fully implemented. And for that reason, I suggest that you vote for this moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you, Bear.
Good evening. My name is Ray Perdue. I live in Sierra Madre. I want to first say that my family and I have lived here for 15 years. We love the city. We want to preserve its beautiful character. However, this needs to be balanced with the ability of its residents to remodel their homes. You have stringent plans in place that all of us have to adhere to, and many of us are trying to do that. We are in the last stages of drawing plans to remodel our 1960, very typical, very boring home in accordance with the existing building policies. There's nothing historical about it. We also have growing children. We need to make more space for them to store their items, for them to study. We're not trying to make something super fancy. We just need to make a better space for our family. We contacted the city and got the building regulations. We contracted with the Sierra Madre architect to draw plans in accordance with the city's stringent rules. We need about 1 to 2 weeks to finish the process so that we can submit. Now, in looking at the current remodel exception in your ordinance, that wouldn't help us because most of our property is set back from the street. So we have to go forward. There isn't space to go back in our property. Most of our remodel, what we're looking at now, is to fill the gap between the home and the garage. So a lot of it wouldn't be seen from the street, but it's in the front, and I don't think it would meet the criteria of the exception the way it's drawn now. Lastly, as I read the proposed ordinance, as I sit here and I listen to all these citizens talking about what they're going through, I don't see what's emergent here. I saw the slideshow. Last year, 14 permits were filed. 5 were demolished. Quite frankly, they were dilapidated. One of those was on my street. It'd been abandoned and it was not anything that anybody would want to live in. I'm hopeful that they'll build something that is in character with the neighborhood to replace the shack that was there. I think that 1970 seems overbroad when it's constitutes 77% of the existing homes in Sierra Madre. Maybe 1940 is more reasonable. I ask you to please consider the needs of us, people in the community that want to make remodels in accordance with the procedures that you have. I know that you get a lot of pressure by the people that want to preserve Sierra Madre, and we do too. But it has to be balanced with the needs of those that want to stay in Sierra Madre and enhance and remodel the homes that we're in accordance with the checks and balances that you already have in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
John, I don't have her name.
Could you spell your name for us? Could you, for this? Yeah.
R-A-E, P-I-D-O-U-X.
P-I-D-E-O-U-X.
P-I-D-O-U-X.
O-U-X. Thank you so much.
Good evening, council and staff. My name is John Vandevelde. I'm speaking tonight as a citizen, as a former member of Sierra Madre's Planning Commission, and as a practicing architect. I got my license over 20 years ago, and my sole focus with my business is single-family residential projects in towns like Sierra Madre and adjacent communities. This is a major topic, and it's going to be difficult, if not impossible, for me to kind of touch on, I think, a lot of the issues that I think are important. But I'm going to do my best. So first off, in broad strokes, I can't argue with the goals of this kind of effort to protect and preserve structures that are worthy of protection. I mean, I think no one can argue with that. Same thing with the second goal that I see and that is to, in simple terms, prevent too big of a home being built on too small of a lot. I mean, again, no one's arguing with that. But I think the prospect of voting on this tonight is hasty, and I don't think it's had enough research. I'm hoping I could kind of convince you guys that we have enough rules in place to kind of safeguard this type of activity, and I'll get to that later. But before I get to that, I want to talk about the 3 points that I think, if it's voted on tonight, these are items that have to be considered, and a lot of them have been mentioned. First of all, if a moratorium is put in place, it has to be the absolute shortest time period possible. It creates doubt, it creates uncertainty, it raises the anxiety level of everybody involved, and it diminishes property values. Maybe it's temporary, maybe it's long-term, but you can't deny it's going to have a negative effect. I don't think it should be tied to some sort of milestone, whether it's the general plan, because again, that's ambiguous. I've worked with the city, I've been on the planning commission, those things can take much longer than people expect. I think you need a definitive date so that people can know what to expect. If you pick a definitive date, that puts the onus on the consultant and the staff to basically take care of whatever historical surveys or general plan amendments need to be made. The second point I want to make is I think you need to think about this as less is more. And what I mean by that is that the less homeowners that are put in limbo, I think it's more palatable. We already saw in the staff report, if you choose the 1970 date, you're basically putting the brakes on 80% of the homes in town from any kind of exterior alteration that's visible from the street. I mean, I think that's far too broad. The third item that you really have to consider are the exceptions. And I think the staff report made a good start with listing some of those. I mean, some are very obvious. The idea of a safety hazard, I think it's a no-brainer. No one, including the city, I think wants to take on that liability, if someone's hurt. The idea of doing a normal repair, I think, that's self-explanatory. However, the exception for additions and remodels, I think, is way, way too narrow. The fact that nobody can do any kind of exterior renovation, remodel, alteration that's visible from the street is essentially going to stop virtually all the remodels and additions. I think it's much too big of a burden, and I think at a minimum you need to kind of go back to this idea of at least giving someone the opportunity to plead their case at a public hearing and demonstrate that this proposed exterior renovation that's visible from the street is going to be an improvement. The final exception, again, deals with, it's mentioned in the staff report, and it basically says you're fine if you got all your approvals by the end of business today. I mean, to me, it's like, thanks, but I know how these things work. There's the fact that we submit plans at a certain date, we have no control that they're going to be approved by today's date. I think the fair way to approach this is to say, anyone that's spent thousands of dollars on design fees, engineering fees, they deserve a chance to finish the process they started when they paid the city an application fee. So I feel like anything in the pipeline where someone has paid an application fee deserves a right to kind of finish the process. I want to say at the last council meeting, there was talk about legal precedent that said, oh yeah, you can do this, it's totally justified. And, frankly, that might be the case. But I guarantee you, if you talk to any school-age kid at Sierra Madre Elementary and you say, and you ask them, they're going to tell you, no, it's not fair to change the rules, once the game started. I mean, it's to me, it's like the most basic thing possible. And the closest analogy I could think of would be, one of the events we hold dear in this town, the Mount Wilson Trail Race. I know we have a couple members that have participated. I mean, doing a project takes a lot of preparation. Same thing for running up that mountain. I've done it. It takes months to train for that thing. So, imagine someone registering for that race, training for months. On the day of the race, they're lucky enough to persevere all the way to Orchard Camp. And then they're coming down Baldwin with this triumphant grin on their face that they're going to make it. And as they're passing Beantown, the race official says, good job, keep it up. When you get to the Santa Monica Pier, turn around and come back, and that's when the clock stops. I mean, we are moving the finish line. It is absolutely, I think, ridiculous. So now I want to move back to this idea of why I think the idea of the moratorium is overly aggressive and it's not necessary. In terms of controlling overdevelopment, I think it's crafted to stop the type of development that our current city guidelines are already capable of preventing. I don't believe any of the council members have sat on the planning commission, so I wanted to just quickly run through 4 safeguards that we have that are not going to allow McMansions to occur. Number 1, we have formulas that give us a limit on square footage. You might say, yeah, big deal, all cities have that. Well, that's not true. Arcadia does not have that. We always like to use Arcadia as an example. They do not have limits on how much you can build. They have a lot coverage requirement, and that loophole allows builders and developers to cram oversized homes onto undersized lots. When you look at the new R1 codes, we've actually made the definition of floor area more inclusive. Now we count anything with a solid roof. If you have a room that's taller than 16 feet, we count it twice. I mean, these are loopholes that don't exist everywhere, and that's where the developers are going to pursue their projects to build as much as possible. The second weapon we have is, I can tell you without fail, we have the most restrictive side yard requirements around, and it's especially true when you have a wide lot. So in Sierra Madre, for lots over 60 feet, you have to give up 30% of your lot.
John, how much more time do you think you'll need?
I need about maybe 5 more minutes.
All right, can you make it 2? Can you make it 2?
No, I can't.
Okay, well, look, here's the deal. I'm sure he's an expert. We have a 3-minute rule. I usually let folks go beyond the 3 minutes. You're already back to 3 minutes.
Here's my objection. This is a major topic. This is a major topic.
I'm sure it is.
All right.
So can you do your best?
I'm gonna do my best. All right.
Okay.
Side yard.
Get back up because somebody else is done it.
Okay. Side yards. Our city forces 30%. I can tell you, Pasadena, Arcadia, La Cañada only require 10%. Right off the bat, we have much bigger buffers between homes than we have in surrounding cities. Number 3. The new limit on angle planes. Now, there's been talk about a couple of projects on Camillo and how they're stirring up controversy. Those projects were approved before our current R1 standards went into effect. So this idea that new construction is going to loom over the neighbor, it can't happen anymore. And so I think people need to, stop being fearful of that. And our trump card, which we've talked about before, is the CUP process, right? I mean, it's an expensive, time-consuming process, and the genius behind it is that it may allow bigger homes, but it's the responsibility of the applicant to have a public hearing and win over the approval of the Planning Commission by saying, hey, I'm exceeding 4,000, but I'm still compatible. That's not something the developer is going to want to put up with. It's too risky and it takes too much time. So again, I think we've already done that. So when you look at all the tools that the city has at its disposal, I think, and it can also refine those if it's necessary. I think this moratorium is just going to be drastic, and it's going to cause much more hardship. I'm going to keep going and try as quick as I can. The other issue I have is I don't think that tonight's hearing received proper notice, in the sense that I think if the average homeowner read the agenda, they would say, oh, you know, a moratorium on demolitions or partial demolitions doesn't affect me. I'll never tear down my house or part of my house. But what they don't realize is that any remodel or addition that's visible from the street is put on hold. Let's see. You know, the other thing that was touched on tonight, which I think is kind of a mistake to treat separately, is the idea that the Planning Commission is currently working on you know, new guidelines for what the total or maximum allowable floor area can be. And so, you know, for someone that wants to do an addition, you're not telling them, oh, it'll be okay, just wait 2 years. You know, there's this idea that in 2 years or less, we're going to have new rules in place that won't allow them to add on what they could add on now. And, you know, the current formulas that the Planning Commission is looking at, we're talking about reductions of 15 to 25%. And I'm not here to say whether that's a good idea or a bad idea, but what I am saying is that it's a huge, huge, significant impact. And because it's so widespread, I think it needs to be noticed better, and I think it needs more public input and more public debate. You know, I'll close. I know I'm overstaying my welcome. But I want to say, you know, in terms of expanding protections to historical resources, I think the moratorium is not the answer. I think a far better approach would be to simply move ahead with this historical survey, assuming it has broad support and it can be afforded. Once it's done, I think the city should reach out and voluntarily, or reach out to the owners identified of these historic homes and get voluntary cooperation with them and offer incentives like the Mills Act to kind of build a partnership, because I think partnerships and collaborations are ultimately going to serve this community better than a moratorium, because a moratorium, I think, is going to create adversaries, it's going to create controversy, it's going to create confrontation, and ultimately I'm afraid it's going to cause litigation. I mean, let's just be honest, when this whole storm about historic registries happened back in 2000 and earlier, you know, the city spent months, you know, dealing with litigation, and I think we should avoid that. So anyhow, I thank you for your attention, and I apologize for speaking for so long.
Charlie Kissinger, 677 Brookside Lane. I've been here since 1955. I live in the canyon. My houses are slowly demolishing themselves every day, so I'm not here to talk about that. They range from 350 square feet to 1,000 square feet, so I'm not looking for a McMansion. What I have trouble with is the word blend in. Sierra Madre, we don't blend in. If you go just where they're building the new school on Highland there's a beautiful Queen Anne cottage next to 2 stucco boxes. You go over here on Highland, there's the beautiful Jameis estate, and some of the houses 2 doors over are half that size or smaller. I like Sierra Madre because it doesn't blend in. I live in the canyon because it doesn't blend in. I do not want McMansions, but that word bothers me in general. Thank you.
Hi, Ann Chesterman at 671 Brookside. I was at the table downtown helping people to sign up for Preserve Sierra Madre, selling our yard signs and so forth. And we first asked people if they lived in Sierra Madre, and those that did not said, no, we don't, but we wish we did. And one young man said, I live in Glendora. So I said, I guess you're dealing with the same situation. He said, yes, it's disgusting. So I would just like to say I've been a renter in Sierra Madre since '83. The only way I can afford to live here is by renting a room, which is far more the cost than what I paid to rent a house here 30 years ago. So I don't think it's your responsibility to take care of people's individual financial situation. I don't think you have to balance what's fair for other people's decisions with what they do with their real estate. So I really support you making a decision based on what takes care of Sierra Madre, not individual decisions. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Debbie Sheridan, Valley Vista Drive. At the January 13th City Council meeting, you were strong in opposing the spec house at 1 Carter. I urge you to remain strong and impose a moratorium on the demolition of homes built prior to 1970. Again, we are facing developers trying to alter the character of our neighborhoods and our streets. The dilemma you face this evening is the fact that the problem lies with the developers. And I have been to many, many, many planning commission meetings, many city council meetings, and yes, the developers are here, for those of you who don't believe it. And we're not trying to destroy people's dreams, as they said, but we have cited again and again how neighborhoods have changed throughout Los Angeles by these huge, for the lots, inappropriate houses that sprout up overnight. And we've also spoken of the lot split on Camillo that has produced 2 eyesores, unlike any other house in Sierra Madre. And yes, we pride ourselves on our difference. But if you've seen those houses on Camillo, they are, in fact, eyesores, and I can't imagine how they ever passed anything. And they're not inhabited as yet, so they're still going up. And another house, which is 4 doors up the street, has been demolished. I'm sorry, I don't have pictures of that house, but the frame is up, and the neighbors on both sides are about to lose their privacy because the house is so close to the side lots. And the other house you have seen is at 481 Foothill. That's right across the street. And that has also is about to be demolished, apparently. You have the power this evening to stop or at least slow this travesty before the general plan update is finally approved and put into place. Larry Mantle was discussing this very problem on NPR today. His guests stated that city councils throughout the LA area are listening to the residents who are organizing to stop these horrid demolitions. And yes, I have spoken to many, many, many residents, and people are appalled, and not with people who will be moving into their own homes. But we have seen so many developers come here, and I remember one commissioner on the Planning Commission saying when a developer was pleading his case about how he was going to move into Sierra Madre, she said, "We keep hearing that, and it never happens." But the reason that people are getting organized these days is we don't have the money that the big developers have, but we do vote. And you heard us 2 weeks ago, and please hear us again. And actually, I like Mrs. Vance's idea about whether if you've lived here for 5 years in the house that you're considering, then that changes the rules. Or maybe you can do something by saying, well, if you build your dream house, then you can't sell it again for I don't know, 3 years. The IRS has rules like that, so why not Sierra Madre City Council? Anyway, once again, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Deb.
I'm always very brief. I just have a few specific examples personally. My name is Pat Karamitros. I live at 140 East Allegria. And I spoke to you about the historical survey, I believe, in December in support of it. My neighbor's house was on the market. It was 124 East Allegria. It was built in 1912. I do, in fact, know that it has not probably been renovated or touched since I moved in, and I've been here 46 years. because at that time I was approached by real estate people when that house was for sale, and I know my neighbor on the other side was also approached. That house sold before Thanksgiving, and I don't know the price. I know it was purchased by BVR Realty Properties in Burbank. That is not a single family that wants to, I mean, I don't suppose that's a single family. So that would be my concern. And it has stood empty since before Thanksgiving. So yes, nobody is, painting walls or doing anything as far as construction or renovation to preserve it. So yes, it might fall down one day. And also on my block, I don't know the number of the house, but we currently have a renovation going on at the original mayor's house. It might be 20-something or 30-something, but the mayor's house has preserved, in fact, the front. It has not changed or altered. The batchelder tile is in place on the stairwell. The whole front is exactly the same as it was, but you can certainly see through the windows that things are being done in the back. So it is possible to preserve the front and its integrity and install your granite kitchen in the back. Also, I have friends that live in Monrovia that have the 1940 moratorium in place, and those houses are going down like a lot. So her concern is that they needed to move it up a bit because your mid-century ranch houses that were built after World War II are tumbling down and being replaced by the two-story. Not necessarily that it's necessarily a lot of square foot, but it's going to be higher and bigger than what was there originally. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Beth Copty. I've lived in Sierra Madre for over 24 years. I have a rental home that was built prior to 1920, and the home I live in was built in 1948. Neither home would be designated as architecturally or historically significant or relevant. And like Ms. Vance said, you're welcome to come to either one of my homes and see that for yourself. There are many reasons that I would want to sell my properties. Termites alone can wreck a property. No one or very few people would want to keep only the properties standing on the properties that I own without a significant remodel or what you would call a demolition. You, meaning the city council members, are not historic home experts. You cannot expect me to obtain at my own expense a historic survey. I worked for architects for 10 years. I know those things are very expensive. An earthquake or a fallen tree could wipe out either of my homes. I personally know the Vance family, and I know the former homeowners of 110 Rancho Road. And I would like to say, thank you to the Felikian family for purchasing that beautiful property. I spent many Christmas parties and many, many occasions in the home that they purchased, and they have a real need here. And I think you need to understand that many people coming to this city, they're being heartfelt when they tell you they just want to build a home that they can live in. They have no interest in McMansionizing it, and if you listen to the facts of what's being said in this room and the fact, according to the planning commissioner, it even can't be done. I have a choice upon who I can, should, and would sell my homes to. I'm willing to bet that there are people in this room that have written heartfelt letters to the people whose homes they wanted to purchase, imploring them, begging them, asking them, would you please consider me over every other home buyer? Because I have a real need. I have a real desire to own this home and have this property as my own. My belief is that whoever buys my homes would likely do a partial or a complete remodel. And it is sad, but if I sold my homes, I could not afford to buy another home in Sierra Madre. Eventually, I would like to retire, but I cannot afford anything in the San Gabriel Valley at present. So I understand the need for the moratorium. I'm really not completely sure who's driving this initiative and this kind of discussion and rallying you to do this. I don't know if it's the planning desk at the city hall, because maybe they're overwrought with work. The staffing continues to fall. We don't have the budget to do what we're doing. And believe me, if you start preventing a lot of development in this town, you're going to have less money to work with than you had before. So I feel like they're overwrought, they're overworked. They may be kind of silently asking for you to slow down on considering demolitions or remodeling because they need time to get through what they have right now. I don't think you should limit the people who have already been applied for the processes, paid dearly. But bottom line is, what I'm really fearful is what you're going to tell me twice going forward that may limit my right as a homeowner to sell my property to someone, and yet I should not have to determine for them or have you determine for them 20 years from now what they can and should not be able to build.
Good evening, Terrell Willis, Carter Avenue. John Hutt couldn't be here tonight, but he sent this email to the council. I wanted to read it in the record. Preservation of historic resources is vital to maintaining the character and feel of our village. A temporary moratorium is a first step toward such preservation, which should be followed by the preparation and adoption of a comprehensive historic survey. Because the historic fabric of a resource can be torn asunder by even limited demolition or alteration, I suggest that any exceptions to the moratorium be kept to a minimum. Further, although there are numerous post-World War II examples of average at best construction, there are many houses built between 1940 and 1970 that are worth preservation. Certainly, such a broadly drawn moratorium will ensnare many unintended projects and put a hardship on property owners. But I believe that the imposition of such hardships is acceptable because of the very limited duration of the proposed moratorium. However, I think it would be inequitable to extend such a broadly drawn moratorium as is. 45 days is one thing, a year or two is another altogether. Please use the initial term to craft additional exceptions to the moratorium to prevent undue hardship. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Mortallero, Toyin Road. I'm here tonight to support the families that are asking to have demolition to some degree and to build their homes. I have two young children that are in the elementary school district here, and although I don't have the same dog in the fight that they have, I'm in support of them because from what I hear here from everyone, there's no sense that they're here to build McMansions. And I wish we could just get rid of that soundbite. That was so 1995. Besides that, there are restrictions in what they can do with their build-outs. Families don't live the same way today as they lived 40 years ago, 70 years ago, 100 years ago. This community is investing in elementary and junior high schools, and yet we're not considerate of what families coming into this community for the benefit of these schools are being hindered by certain restrictions and opportunities that prohibiting and restricting them from having any interest in coming in here. So, you know, I encourage you to consider their plight. I don't understand that what a moratorium is going to do in helping anyone in this matter, but otherwise buy time. And we all know you buy time, but it's never enough anyways. I urge you to understand that this community in 30 years from now is, and we all are appreciative of what architectural buildings and homes we have in the neighborhood. I think we're all somewhat protective of it. We're all here for the same reason. We like the peace and tranquility of the community. I'm not hearing that anyone wants to build property that's 2 feet from a property line. I am not in favor of developers coming in here and building their oversized homes on smaller lots. But I think with some sense and sensibility with the Planning Commission that this can be managed without putting in a moratorium. I'm also hearing that this is so overly polarizing that I have to question why this is taken to a vote by the council members. Why isn't this a vote for the city? And maybe it's time restriction. I don't know that we can't wait to get this out to a vote. But I encourage you to consider that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
John, I need his name.
Yes. Sir, could you spell your last name for us? I'm sorry. We're just for the record.
Mortellaro.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Glenn, now are you going to disclose that you're a former mayor and council member? Glenn, like Clem? No?
No.
Okay, well, I just outed you. It's okay.
Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and staff. I'm Glenn Lambden. I reside at 444 Sturtevant. I think I would agree that none of us wants to see the unnecessary demolition of historic resources. And I believe that we're all in agreement that the goals and objectives, if we put forth a demolition moratorium, is to create some sort of a mechanism so that we can identify and prevent the unnecessary demolition of these historic resources. And while I'm probably not really opposed to a 45-day moratorium, I am concerned somewhat of the fact that the moratorium is very heavily weighted being attached to a survey and the implications that has. I'm also concerned that the staff report has some errors and omissions, and I'd kind of like to talk about those. First of all, in the staff report, it claimed that the, quote, definition of quote, historic is 45 years and old. And maybe for enthusiasts, that could be. But as legislators as yourself and the planning commissioners, you don't have that. You're bound by the Secretary of Interior, the Department of the Interior, the State Historical Preservation Office, and our local ordinance as to what defines what is historic. And I can tell you that age is not, nor has it ever been, a consideration. It considers things like who lived there, the person, the event that happened there. Is it an example of a specific type of architecture, and so forth. So keep that in mind, that the age really isn't a consideration as far as the legislator's concerned. The omissions that are not in your staff report, although alluded to today by our city attorney, has the potential to really remove the property rights of certain individuals, certain homes. If you do a historical survey and you adopt it, those properties that are determined to be significant will lose what's called the category exemption under CEQA. It basically will take away their rights that they have as property owners that their neighbor might have. And I'm not sure why you'd want to go down that path. The council, 98, 96, went down that path, and it devastated this community twice. It cost this community $500,000 in legal fees. City had to pay for 2 complete elections, and the city, by resounding 65% to 35%, that said, no, we don't want to have our property rights taken away without our voluntary consent. So if you move forward and if you tie this to a survey and you adopt that survey, you will take away these people's property rights. And that concerns me because I don't see any good reason why we should go down that path again. So for me, that answers the question, how can we proceed? How can we achieve the goals and objectives to identify historical resources and not demolish them unnecessarily? And how can we go with a win-win situation? My suggestion would be to focus on the demolition ordinance itself. And I think, first of all, I'd like to talk about that. I was on the council at the time that was adopted, and we put in a 30-day stay in there. That was a ministerial stay. I believe, if I remember right, it says something that it is not discretionary. But that was intentional. And perhaps the city attorney, if you know offhand, my recollection, the Public Resource Code does not preclude properties that are in true historic resources, even if they're not listed. And I believe it's the Public Resource Code, I'm going to say 50-20 point something like that, that our staff can determine that, you know what, we suspect that these are historic and we're going to need the applicant to have a historic survey on. So we don't just have this blanket where we lose them, but it's going to take participation by staff and the community, and the notifications that are required to go out to you and to every commissioner on every commission and every department head has to go out so that none of these get slipped aside. So I would suggest that we just add the sentence that prior to issuing a demolition permit, and this would be added to our existing demolition permit, prior to issuing a demolition permit, the applicant must provide an historical analysis of the property prepared by a professional consultant. Now, it's going to be a cost to the applicant, but you know what, in the big picture, it's probably a safe and reasonable cost that we put on them. I would also like to address, you know, we had Neil and Vance and his wife with the kids. You know, they're members of this community. If you'd have to live in a cave if you didn't know who they are. They were the youth pastors at Bethany for years, and they helped, you know, raise and guide a lot of the children in this community. Flekians, you'd have to live in the cave next door if you don't recognize that name. They've been around here for a long time. In this family, you know, they obviously want to be part of this community, and the historical fabric of a community is not just our buildings, but it's in our community spirit, our volunteer nature, and how we relate to one another. This family, I've never met them, but some of the ugly things that have been said about them, accusing them to be developers, I can't believe it. So perhaps if you go forward, you can consider those people that are applicants in the process right now. You know, at worst, let them continue to go through. Maybe have them spend the $1,500 it would cost to do a historical analysis, but don't stop them dead in their tracks right now. I can tell you from as a local contractor, just to get plans through, it's going to cost you $50,000, $60,000 by the time you pay for building permits fees, school tax fees, engineering, architecture, and all the fees. It's a lot of money to only be told you might have to wait 2 years. And the cost of a historical analysis, I'm sure, is probably less than what any of them are paying for 1 month of their mortgage payment just to sit there and wait with uncertainty. And I'd like to close by saying, if you do, in fact, decide to move forward and do the survey, I would request that you ask staff to provide a few aspects to the report. What is the cost of the survey? The State Historical Preservation Office requires that survey to be updated every 5 years. What is going to be the cost of that every 5 years? Because it's going to have to come out of your general fund, and that's money that we really have to protect. I'd like to know a report on staff. What do you anticipate? How many houses will be deemed significant, and what is the impact that's going to have on staff time, cost, and also anticipate, because it could be 200 homes. What is their threshold level that they're overwhelmed? If every time somebody wants to come in for any type of discretionary permit, it could be something as simple as changing the windows on their house, it's going to have to go through the Planning Commission. They're going to have to get a certificate of appropriateness. Staff is going to have to do reports. If you guys are so burdened now, what is it going to be if you have this additional burden? But at least let us know. What is that number? And if you should decide to adopt the survey, after it's prepared, prior to the adoption, I would request that every single homeowner that will now be impacted, that will lose their property rights without their consent, that you write them a letter informing them that they're about to lose these rights, that they're going to lose their categorical exemptions, and that they need to be invited to participate in this. Because right now, the community has no clue what a survey does and the implications. And again, I have no clue why you would even want to go down that road again. And thank you for all the hard work you do, and it's a thankless job, and you guys, thank you so much.
Thank you, Glenn. Any other comments?
Take a break.
You know, we might need to take individual breaks here. Any other comments? Sorry, sir, you already went. I'm sorry. The two people that came up before had done a
Look at
public
San
comment.
Marino.
What's that?
Every bar that closes escrow there
I appreciate
gets a
that.
document about the rules and regulations,
Okay.
so they don't get caught in the net.
I appreciate
These people are caught in a net. and I
Sir,
want
you
to
can't
please
sit down and come back up. I'm sorry, you're probably saying very good things. Any other comments?
I'm sorry, I have to make one comment just because I can't help myself. 126 again, sorry.
Look.
You know what? My mom is on the toddler right now. God help her, I don't know why she is. But shame on you people for all the horrible things that you're saying. You guys, we're a community. The community is the people. The community is not the buildings.
Look.
Wow.
I appreciate.
Shame on you.
Okay, thank
She's
you.
asking me why I want to live here. Shame on you.
Okay,
Who is she?
Shame on you.
okay.
Who is
So,
she, John?
we will,
Who
oh,
is she?
that was Ms. Brown.
Julie Cheatham Brown.
So if we have no more public comment, we'll bring it back for discussion. Any more public comment? Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. Do you need a break? We're gonna take, we're gonna take a 2-minute break so council members can use the restroom. We'll come back and talk. And we will resume item number 2, the urgency ordinance 1360U, and we will bring it back for discussion. Any council member care to begin?
I'd like to just
Yep.
start with a question for you,
Sure.
Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
Normally what we try to do is keep our comments to one shot, maybe twice.
Yeah.
I think this is going to require a little bit of debate, and I'm going to try to play the devil's advocate on a lot of issues, and I'd appreciate if my council members, fellows would do the same. We need to get this right because, just a comment too, this is the first time since I've been on the council that we had applause from every single speaker on both sides of the issue. So that's interesting in itself. So I just want to throw that out there.
Absolutely.
I mean, can
we will open this up for as much debate as we need. Absolutely. So.
Well, I'll just start then with a couple of comments. What we're trying to do here is, again, this is about historical preservation. This is not about preventing development. And speaking for myself, but I'm pretty confident the other council members realize this, we don't want to restrict legitimate redevelopment, appropriate redevelopment. I agree, a lot of the homes that we've seen that have been demolished, my question is, what took so long? Maybe they should have been demolished a long time ago. And yes, the community does benefit from appropriate development. But there's a lot of things that were said that just aren't really true, and I don't want to go into it too much, but even the comments by former Mayor Glenn Lambden, going through a historical analysis is not going to lose anybody's property rights, at least my understanding. We have a difference of opinion about that, but that's not even the time to discuss it. The time to discuss that will be when the Historic Preservation Survey is before us and we actually decide whether to move along with that. But I want to point out here is that really what I feel my job as a council person is to do is to implement the will of the people as articulated in the general plan. And we've just been spending years going through a very thorough, careful, tedious update of the general plan, which we just approved at a special meeting in January. And I just want to point out that that is called for repeatedly. Complete and utilize a comprehensive survey of Sierra Madre's significant historic resources. Compile and maintain an inventory of historic register of those historic resources within the city which are identified significant. Establish special zones or districts characterized by the presence of historical structures. So we here are merely implementing the will of the people as expressed in the general plan. Now, whether you all agree with that or not, I mean, we're going to get to making a decision here, but there's no faction out there that is calling for this. This represents a consensus of the community that historic resources are important. So, again, just hearing from the testimony of people that are affected by this, for the most part, I mean, I believe we all understand the pain, the economic issue that you have before us. Some projects are perhaps of more concern than others. And I'm just going to cut to the chase in this. As I said, even in correspondence before this, we didn't want to make this forum here tonight a referendum on anybody's particular project. I mean, that's not the case. We're not necessarily qualified to evaluate your project tonight and make a decision. But that being said, I do understand the economic impact for you, and I just don't think we can duck that issue altogether tonight. So we have to try to come up with a way to make this work, achieve the objectives that we're trying to do without harming individual projects or families in the town. So, I mean, that's the way I kind of see the backdrop on this and what we've got to try to achieve here. So,
okay. Anyone want to go next? I mean, I can go. This is hard. First of all, thank you to everyone who did come to speak. It's not easy to get up here and talk. It's one of the harder things to do in life is to public speak, notwithstanding when you have a crowd of folks behind you that might not be agreeing with you, and I guess folks at home writing things about you. I mean, unfortunately, welcome to Sierra Madre City Hall and City Council meetings. But we do appreciate everyone that came up. I do think that, to cut to the chase as well, I think that to the extent that we do implement this tonight, I would be in favor of something more on the 1940 range. I said that last council meeting. I don't think that, although we've heard that age is not necessarily a factor, I'm more concerned about truly historic homes, and my sense of the word is older homes that were built pre-World War II that really, if you drive around, they're the ones that to a layperson jump out as being historic. I mean, those are, whether they be craftsman, bungalow, or whatnot. So I would only be in favor of something like this if it were 1940 or older. I also do think that we need to deal with the houses in the pipeline. I think that the testimony we've heard tonight has been very, I think, very moving. I think it's one speaker, I think Ms. Felikian, said that, well, I'm sure you have your minds made up. I'll tell you, not at all. I mean, this was not an easy issue before the meeting. It is now even a harder issue. And I think everyone's testimony, especially the homeowners in the pipeline, was very heartfelt. I believe that every one of you truly has the best intentions for the city and wants to build a very nice home for your family and stay here. And that's what we want. I mean, we, as council members, as longtime residents here, I was born and raised here. It's the only city I've ever lived in called home. That's what we want. We want people to come in here, treat the city with respect, and stay here with their family. And it sounds like that's what each of you have wanted to do. The Browns, it sounds like it's been a long process, an expensive process. I have read from your architect, John Vandevelde, numerous correspondences about the difficulties, the structural engineer. There are definite issues with the house. I'm not an expert. I'm not a structural engineer. But the economics of your project does seem extremely difficult. So I would like to craft a way to give these folks a way to either expedite this process, let them continue going on if we want to implement some sort of individualized historic report for their properties. I could be in favor of that, but what I don't want is to stop them in their tracks, have them wait for 45 days, and then after those 45 days come back, and then they're told that they can't do anything. So I would like to give these folks an answer sooner rather than later, within this 45-day period, if preferable. And so I don't know what that process looks like. I don't know if it is one where we immediately send them to the Planning Commission under some sort of guidance. Planning Commission makes a determination whether these are historic homes based on a report that the homeowner would provide. I don't know if it's something more grandiose. I don't know if it's simpler. All I know is that I think that I really do think we need a process that is going to deal with these homeowners, the particular homeowners in the pipeline. I just think that's fair. I really do. I worry about folks who are at the gate trying to get in. They're paying a mortgage. They're paying their rent. I was in that boat a couple months ago. It's really tough, and I do think that you need to account for that. And so hopefully my smarter council members will help me figure that out. But I do think that we need to think very, very hard here about coming up with a process, to the extent we pass this, that deals with the 3 to 4 homeowners that we heard from tonight. Under my plan, the 1940 cutoff, I don't think the Vances would even be affected. So it might actually be less than 3. So that's where I stand. I'm obviously not finished. I'd like to hear from everyone just on those thoughts or on your own.
Okay, well, I'll go. I think what struck me as I heard from everybody in the audience is that not one person came up and said, we really want Sierra Madre to be a bunch of cookie-cutter homes and big 3-story homes. No one said that from any seat. Everybody came up and said, we really want to keep the character of Sierra Madre. We really want to have the different homes and the different elements that make Sierra Madre what it is, why we moved to Sierra Madre. And for you newcomers who are just coming in, and I feel really good to say that, I've only been here 8 years, so we have newcomers. We've been working on this for a long time to make sure we have the rules and regulations and the ordinances and the policies in place so that we won't have the developers coming in, taking up 3 lots, building these huge homes. It's a process. It's taken us a long time to do. And when we had this a couple weeks ago to come back as an urgent moratorium on demolition, one of the things we said was we don't want everybody to be caught up in this. If you have a home that you can't live in, and I know like the one on 110 Rancho, they bought the land. They know that they can't live in that land. You know, the Browns, if you're having structural damage. So we wanted to make sure that you all weren't caught up in this. And I agree with the mayor. We need to make sure that the people in the pipeline are given their due and see if there's some way that we can use the exceptions that we have right now to let them proceed with their project or what they need to do. But we need to have a process, and we need to stop things right now so that we can put those ordinances that we need to have to protect the development, the big development coming in and preserve Sierra Madre, but we also need to find what our housing stock is in our historical homes. We just really need to do that. I would not be in favor of a 2-year moratorium on demolition, but I do think we need at least a 45-day that we can come back with some things. And of course, the folks that are in the pipeline, we need to help them. This demolition moratorium is not to affect the remodels. It's not, we want you to remodel as much as you can. And if we can make a process for that and they go to the Planning Commission, I would like that. And it may be something as simple as the mayor said, former mayor, that we just put in our demolition moratorium that you have to come back with a historical analysis. It might be something that simple with everything else that's coming in that will protect Sierra Madre. But this has been a long process for a lot of us. The general plan was started, the update was started 6 years ago, and we're just now getting it finished. And we did a lot of community outreach. We had over 300 people showing up at all the townhomes, and every single person, just like tonight, said, we want to keep Sierra Madre, we want to keep the character, we want to keep the village. And in order to do that, we kind of have to put these policies and ordinances in place, and I'm so sorry that you all got caught up in it, and we're going to try our best to help you. But please, you have to understand that, we're not saying you can't build. We're not saying we don't welcome you here in Sierra Madre. We're just saying we're trying to protect everybody's property rights, everybody who owns a home or rents in here wants to keep this a village, and that atmosphere is just the reason you moved in. So hopefully we can come to some consensus about that. I really do think we have to protect our historical homes. We have to find out what those are, but still help our folks who want to move into Sierra Madre.
Thank you.
I don't know why I wait to go 4th or 5th, because a lot of things that I'm thinking in my head are things that I've already stated. But as we started this introduction and the report back about our trip to training for League of Cities, one thing that was emphasized over and over is, it's really important to go into a meeting without a decision being made. It's real important to read research, hear from folks. People have been calling, people have been emailing. So thank you for the input, and especially today, the turnout for the public hearing. With that being said, I think it's really important to note, and our Mayor Pro Tem hit it and set that backdrop, and so did our council member Del Mar, is that a lot of the ordinances that are in place and regulations that are in place now are not necessarily addressing the concerns that have been brought up in general plan, or the new direction, or the strategy we're looking at in the new general plan. There are ordinances and regulations that were in place before. And the idea behind amending them and looking at them is in order to address the will of the people, which is, again, the general plan. So this moratorium, if it is passed, is really intended to be just a temporary measure, and it's not intended to be long-term. And again, I definitely can hear from the Browns and the Fleekins and the concerns that you have as a pipeline, and I'd like to see if there's a way we can address it, and I'm not sure if there is an answer to that. But it's important that we look at this comprehensively, and that's why this stop measure for these 45 days, and if we do pass this, I really would urge us to say this is not something that can wait, that we bring it to the next council meeting, and it is a priority so that it's not extended for the long term. but is something that we put in place so that we can address the demolition ordinance and ensure that we are properly looking at how we align it with the general plan and all of the other measures that we have in place. As you know, we have a water moratorium. We're looking at the R1 changes possibly from the Planning Commission. So there are other measures that we need to align together, and it's really a comprehensive package. It can't be piecemealed or patchworked. So I would be in favor of looking at this moratorium, again, on a very temporary basis, and I would say maximum the 45 days if we can look at that. And again, holding us accountable to make sure that we're putting this as a priority. In terms of date, you know, I'm thinking if we're doing a moratorium, just go for the 1970s and let's just address it now. I can be swayed if necessarily, but I'm thinking if we're going to do a moratorium, let's hit it hard and let's do it the right way. I heard some really great ideas about, you know, making sure the public has the public hearing and making sure that people are notified. If this is something that comes up for us as a, how do we look at our demolition ordinance? How do we ensure that all households are getting this information? I like the idea of creating incentives. I think that's more related to historical preservation. And I think there was something else that I made note of. But nevertheless, I think we should seriously consider the moratorium, 45 days max. 1970s is where I'm thinking it should go, but again, if we have more discussion, I can look at the 1940s.
Okay, first I want to say thank you for bearing with us this late in the evening on a weeknight. I know it's very difficult for those who have children. I think what we all have in common up here on this particular council is a concern that we are going to do our darn level best to protect what we all cherish in this town. I don't think that you can challenge our hearts on that. But I'm also, I was elected by human beings. I didn't get in this job to take care of houses. I got in this job to take care of people. And there's no way I'm going to vote for a moratorium if the people I listen to tonight are not taken care of. I do want a moratorium for about 45 days. I could go to 1940, but I'm using a little stronger language than Councilmember Del Mar. We have to find a way for these people to continue with their projects in order to do that, or I cannot support this. So I think that's what we need to debate right now, is how we can find some mechanism to get them who are in the pipeline through and get our moratorium for 45 days. And I'm open to any idea from my colleagues.
Well, Mayor, were you about to say something? Sorry.
The challenge that we have in trying to, you know, what I'm hearing is that everybody who's affected by this is concerned about the 45 days, unless I've got the concern wrong. 45 days is a concern. So Mayor Harabedian suggested maybe there's a way that we can put something in place in the 45-day interval to let something go. And so I think we're going to have to hear again from our city manager and city attorney. And we'll,
yep.
They're
once they're done
caucusing there, but that's
once
okay.
You guys
Go
are
ahead.
Back, yeah.
So I mean, I'd really like to do that, but I just want to say is, I mean, one possible outcome is, yeah, maybe we could put a review process in place, but various individuals affected by this may not even be happy with that, because, again, with it's not even a matter so much that any of these houses individually are historic, and I'll talk about the Miramonte home, is there's a row of 3 houses there. I mean, that could be defined in itself as a historic resource. I mean, if we did a survey, it might come back and say that. So part of this is a survey in itself doesn't prevent you from demolishing the home. What it does is the intent is to engage the community and look for ways to mitigate the effect of that. Now, I mean, there's all kinds of possible ways. I'll just throw some out there. Maybe there's a way we can have a variance process to allow you to do what you wanted to do. You got caught in the third story trap because of the way your property slopes. Maybe there's an expedited way that we can allow a variance for that if you are trying to resurrect a significant home. That's one possibility. Another would be and again, this is why I didn't want to debate this here, because we're not the experts that can do this for you. I'm just throwing out different possible ways that we can possibly address this. Another might be to mitigate by rebuilding something that is in character with the two remaining homes, so it does still represent a three-home historic resource. I haven't even seen the drawings of what you guys are proposing. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. We're not prepared to deal with that here. So I'm just saying this because you may not even be happy with any outcome that we propose anyway in trying to preserve what might be a historic resource, however that's defined. I don't think we're even prepared to address what a historic resource is. So maybe that's a way to approach it, though, is to, if that's possible, is to figure out a way to impose a survey on you and let the Planning Commission have at it and discuss all the issues you brought up. I mean, you showed us pictures of your foundation. I look at that and say, well, I don't know if that's fixable or not. You say it isn't. I think it's fixable, but the question really is at what cost? We've seen a couple of homes, like on Miramonte, the one that's closer to Baldwin. It's a very old home, and they've refurbished that home beautifully, in my humble opinion. We heard from Mr. Songster here, who has done in the process of doing his house on Sierra Madre Boulevard. And to me, that's really important because that's the last one standing. At what point do we get where we protect things? We wait for the last one on a block and then declare it historical and then make an effort to, I don't think that's what the general plan is getting at. I mean, so anyway, there's some possible ways we can do this, and I do want to hear from the city attorney and city manager if there's a way we can expedite the review at least, and not promising any particular outcome.
Before that,
Quick question.
Yeah.
If we went with a 1940 date, I'm assuming some of these people that we've heard tonight are going to be okay. Could you tell me how many aren't who we heard from tonight?
That is in your attachment, the last 4 pages of it.
Who aren't?
It's 126 Miramonte, 110 Rancho Road. The 26 Allegria is 1960, and 491 Grove is 1954, so it's 2. It would be
where were they?
Pre-1940 or 2. It's 126 Miramonte and 110 Rancho Road.
Yep. And, Madam, sorry, anything else? I was going to have the city attorney.
Well, with any of our other exceptions, that's what we need to find out.
48, I think it's the one.
So it's after it. So there's still just 2
Yeah, let's see if they
pre-40s.
fall within the others.
Right.
I think they already said
2
that.
Well, I think-
pre-40s, 3 post-40s, right.
So, yeah, so the larger question then becomes, one, do they fit with any of the exceptions? And two, even if who's making that decision? What's the process of making that decision? But I do want to hear from the city attorney on coming up with a process of, within this context of a 45-day moratorium, allowing the ones in the pipeline. And I don't want folks to misunderstand what I'm saying. I am not talking about folks who haven't filed their demolition permit and who are planning to file their demolition permit. The 45-day moratorium will not, you will file your demolition permit, it takes 30 days anyway. That will kind of run its course. I'm more concerned with the folks that have filed their demolition permit, have paid the fees, are ready to go, and now we're stopping them. So I still understand the plight of those who haven't filed it yet, but that's not what I mean by in the pipeline.
Okay, so listening to everything that the council has said and thinking about some of these ideas, I've tried to craft a potential, 6th exception to the moratorium. So it would work something like this. So any project for which a demolition application and an accompanying development proposal is deemed complete, by the close of business on the day this moratorium takes effect when all of the following conditions exist. Just a suggestion. The first condition would be a historical survey must be completed by a licensed architectural historian selected by the city, which concludes that the property proposed to be demolished has no historic value. And the second is the development application to construct the new residential structure is approved by the Planning Commission. And one could argue that it actually might take longer than 45 days for those conditions to be satisfied, but it would do what you're suggesting. It's an extra exception that would allow two of the applicants who, from what we're hearing, have already had their demolition application deemed complete by staff and potential their development proposal. But in order to protect the potential that the property, the house proposed to be demolished, is not an historic resource, you would need the historic survey to be funded by the owner, by an actual licensed architectural historian, people who specialize in doing these kinds of studies. The city should select that person, and it would have to be, the conclusion would have to be that there is no historic value to the house that's being proposed to be demolished. And in addition, because these are also concerns that both the community and the council has suggested what's going up in its place, the development application to construct the new residential structure must be approved by the Planning Commission. So if all of those things happen, then those projects could go forward. That's just a suggestion.
Can I ask?
I have a question too. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I think it's a really good proposal with maybe a tweak or two, but my question is, let's say it comes back with, they do the historic survey, it comes back historic, and then, but they say, well, it's still a safety hazard or it's not rehabilitatable, then what? And who makes that decision, whether it meets the exceptions?
Right. That decision is whether the condition of the property is an imminent hazard to public safety, and that is a determination that only the city engineer or the building official can make.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that was exactly my question. So, I mean, because we know that we've got from our city engineer that the house is not recommended for occupancy. That's different from what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
So, but to just take this a little bit further, I mean, just let's speculate that maybe the property is deemed to have some historic significance. So the way I understand CEQA, and please help me if I've got it wrong, that still does not prevent the owner of the property to proceed ahead. It just puts up a few more roadblocks, so to speak, to get to mitigation.
That's correct. You would have to go through a
Right.
discretionary process, which presently does not exist for us. And that's one of the reasons that a moratorium would help the city, give the city
Yeah.
the time to fix those ordinances.
Right. So again, just to play this out. If we did the survey, it's probably, that's going to take 3-4 weeks anyway.
Actually, securing, to be honest and open and transparent,
Yeah.
it's about a 30-day process. It's just a similar, there's other situations where the city selects the
Yeah.
consultant and the
Yeah.
property owner pays for it. It's about a minimum of a 30-day process to solicit proposals, because you need competitive bids. So it's about a 30-day process where we'll ask for historical consultants to submit something.
Is there an easier way to do this?
I'm just saying, that's the current process.
Yeah.
I could have to consult with staff to see if there's a quicker way than 30 days. Right now, our current is 30 days. We get proposals.
Yeah.
We go with the least expensive one, and that's the one
Hold that
selected.
thought for just a minute, please. Okay, what I'm trying to say here is that, there is going to be some time delay anyway, and if the property at the end of this process, whether it's 30 days, 3 weeks, or whatever, if there was deemed to be a historical element, at this point, you're saying we're sort of dead in the tracks?
That's
Because we
correct.
don't have new guidelines in place on what our policy would be to mitigate, right? Because, I mean, that's what SECO is asking you to do. It doesn't say you can't do it. It says you have to mitigate the problem.
I think what yes, what I'm saying is that if you did an extra exception like this,
Yeah.
and the conclusion of the historic survey was there's some historic value, but that's a survey that was, solicited and paid for by the applicant. It's just for their property, even though
Right.
it was maybe from a list of licensed
Yeah.
people
Yeah.
that the city would find acceptable. Then at that point, under the way the moratorium is drafted, they would not qualify for that exception. So they'd be stopped from demolishing.
Right.
In terms of the way the city's ordinances are presently drafted, if the property is not actually deemed an on the historic list,
Right.
and just because the individual study said it has some historic value, that's not the same thing. So presently, the way our ordinances are drafted, the only discretionary review we have is for a property that's already on the historic resource
Today,
list,
right.
and not a potential
Okay.
property. And
But what
that's
I'm-
one of the problems.
What I'm trying to say here, though, is that if the home was deemed historic, we still would, by that time, perhaps we've got something in place. Yeah, see, we're in that ballpark there, but it goes back to a fundamental question, is what can we get done in 45 days here, as far as putting together a comprehensive way of dealing with this? So even if we could do this in 45 days, you'd be right into that window anyway, you know? So it would help to save some time, but I just want to ask that question. What is possible to get done in 45 days? I think the council.
I have a few ideas, yeah.
My concern would not, 45 days to me is a maximum. I mean, I feel like it's up to the city to get our job done and not unduly encumber our citizens. So I think that's on us to get things done in 45 days. And I think my concern about getting people in the pipeline is that maybe that's not the view of the council. Maybe the council wants to come back and go another year after that. And so I want to make certain that they're okay either way.
I am all for getting it done as fast as possible, so that's why I have the question. you know.
Okay.
Well, yeah, and I'll let them answer it.
And if we can get it done in 30 days, better yet. you know.
And if I can just add, I certainly agree with the person who said we're changing the rules. So I don't want it out there that we're going to make exceptions for everybody. I'm really talking about these very particular folks who put in their application, they paid their fees, they're waiting for, the yes or no, they're waiting their 30 days or whatever. Those are the folks that we're talking about that we want to try to get through this process. And, we've put in some, exceptions. If we can put in another one just for those folks, then maybe we could do it.
So can you answer the question quickly about what we can get done in 45 days? Then I want to redirect our conversation. Let's decide on a date. Then let's decide on this exception. And then hopefully have some consensus here. In 45 days, what can we get done?
In 45 days, if council directs us to look at a specific aspect of the development or zoning code, we can bring back a proposed ordinance. But again, those normally go to the planning commission for review first. You could decide to skip that review, although it's very, valuable. And normally, you need to, remember that an ordinance generally takes a first reading, a second reading, and a 30-day time period. So the only thing you're going to get done in 45 days is a quick tweak to the code, bypassing the planning commission entirely, which will also cut down public comment and notice and participation, and doing that as an urgency ordinance in order to make it happen within 45 days. So realistically, if you're willing to go through that process, which will shorten public review and input, that's the only way you're going to do it within 45 days.
Okay. So the short answer is potentially amend the demolition ordinance without planning commission's review of it first. Okay.
And/or is there a possibility to do a joint meeting?
Yeah.
You could do a joint meeting. The other thing I'd like to point out is one of the things that we really may need to do with the demolition ordinance is expand its application, i.e. discretionary review of a demolition, to properties that are just potentially historic. We won't know that without the historic survey list. So then the default would be, until we get that, to make anybody who wants to demolish their home up to a certain age, so this is the way the ordinance would get modified, that they would need to purchase the historic survey to determine whether there's any historic value. And if it wasn't, then at least we would have a discretionary review process for demolition permits for properties that weren't currently designated, and that would be helpful.
Okay, that is helpful. Let's come back. I do want, because we really haven't even agreed on a date yet, so we're kind of, I'd like to get a consensus on the date, fill that in, and then let's come back to the exceptions. I threw out 1940, Councilmember Arizmendi, 1970. Where do the other three stand on the date?
I would like to throw the net broader, just so we protect some homes, but not sure about 1970. I could go for maybe 55.
I'm more inclined to go 1940, not that I'm not concerned about the other properties in that window. I just question the quote-unquote urgency of casting it that wide. I think ultimately we want to get a process that captures the 70 and below, but not right now, not today, because it's a 45-day window. I don't think we're going to lose any potential historic resources in this 45-day window.
Okay.
In that interval between 1940 and 1970.
And that's a good point. You know, I don't think that.
Have you switched?
No, I still think we should capture some, but I think it's a good point. I don't think we're going to all of a sudden have, people running down here to demolish their homes either.
Yeah.
So, but I would like to see it a little further than 1940, because we do have some, I think, potential historic homes out there.
I'm just remembering the cutoff. As you go up every 5 years, you start casting that on larger numbers of homes. So I use the number 40 because that's what Monrovia did. And it seems to me that there's a high likelihood that if we have truly historic homes, they're going to be older than 1940. But taking the point of Mr. Paris, I think it's very possible there could be some older ones or younger ones. I mean, I'm not set in stone at 1940. 45, you get up into the 50s, now you're in a completely different category. Now you're taking in a lot more houses. You got a lot more homes were built in the 1950s. And would that mess us up in terms of our people who are in the pipeline right now?
So we don't have a consensus on the date.
But we can get there.
We can get there. I would like to spend a few minutes just trying to nail that down, because the rest, if we don't have a date that we're even necessarily, then we don't have an ordinance. So
it's not a deal breaker for me.
It's not necessarily a deal. I am not going to go to 1970 though.
1970s.
And I know Councilmember Arizmendi, how strongly do you feel about 1970?
No, I said I can get swayed. Before I even comment, though, I really want to hear what Madam City Attorney was going to respond to earlier.
The one thing that I want to make clear for everybody is, whatever, you get one shot at this. Whatever date you select, because of the way a moratorium works under Government Code 65858, we can't change our mind later and decide, gee, we wish you'd had a different date, whether it was up or down. So take the time you need, you get one shot.
So, no, I'm not married to 1970, but my reasoning, my thought process behind that is, if we're going to do it, let's just do it right. Let's go through these 45 days as best possible to go through this ordinance, because eventually it sounds like we're still going to be revisiting a lot of different ordinances at some point, too. But again, I also don't want to throw out an arbitrary date, because I have no basis for a 1950
1960 or 1955. I'd rather go with the 40 or the 70 just because there are some precedents in other cities with that, and I feel a little bit more comfortable with that piece of it.
Yeah,
I could go for
that's
that.
exactly where I'm at. Yeah, it's just a precedence thing and just, not wanting to cast it too wide, but 40 since.
Yeah, if we need to have consensus, I'll go to 40.
40, 40, 40?
Okay.
All right. 1940. To the exceptions, I actually really like the exception that the city attorney came up with. One caveat or two caveats, I would make it to where the city provides a list of acceptable architects to do it. They pick from the architect, they're off to the races. We don't see them again until they come back with the report. And I think everything else you proposed was really reasonable. I do think that it's not the best news in the world for those in the pipeline to come back with a historic survey, but I think it's really reasonable under the circumstances, considering the other options that we have.
Okay, so
and I think it's a quick process. Let me finish really quickly.
Can I just
Yeah, go ahead.
clarification?
Yeah.
But this one is only if they don't meet one of the other ones.
Right. I mean, if they meet the other exceptions,
Then they don't need to have those.
then it's,
Right.
yeah. I think in the 45 days, we need to ensure that we, and it should say in the ordinance somewhere, that we deal with the demolition ordinance, we pass some sort of revision to it, and two, that we bring back as soon as possible everything that we need to know about the historic survey, all the information, legal and otherwise, that we'll need to make the decision on whether we go forward with it. Because if we're going to put forward a 45-day moratorium, we need to spend that time figuring out whether at the end of that 45 days, we are going to go down the path of doing a historic survey. I mean, I strongly believe that that's the whole reason why we're doing this moratorium, is to figure out how to, one, make our demolition ordinance much more attuned to this problem, and two, figure out whether we need a historic survey. So I would like that in the ordinance, but otherwise I like the exception that you came up with.
I just want to piggyback on the historical survey. I think it was a point made by many folks in the public is to make sure that we are communicating out to residents that they need to participate in this, because what the impact could be, whether, I know there's been, talking about property rights, and what it really means. But I think it's going to be important to get the right information to residents, because as we're seeing, even from things that I'm hearing today, there may have been some misinformation that's out there in the public, so it'll be really important to do that. The one thing about the exception, I'm okay with it. I guess I honestly don't see how that will help those in the pipeline because of the timeline. I think it's a nice to do, but I don't know if that timeline really helps them. In fact, those exceptions were kind of things I was thinking about that would be part of the ordinance, where it would be saying, okay, well, can you do your own historic survey? And two, we talked about design, going through a design review too. So I think they're good points and important to incorporate. How it helps with the exception, I question, but I'd be in favor of it.
The one part of the exception I don't like is that it goes through the planning commission, because Lord only knows when it will get there. So if we can maybe take that off, just for the urgency ordinance. The regular demolition ordinance, we may want to include that, but.
So when they come back with their historic survey, who makes the decision? Is it staff, do you think, or?
I think staff can make it, right?
Well, the survey will say whether or not it's historic. Whether or not the replacement construction gets approved depends on the current code, whether it's under 4,000 square feet, so it doesn't need a CUP. So it's only as good as the protections that are in place right now, which, as we know, we're trying to improve upon, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, I think with all due respect to the Planning Commission, I just think we have to make sure it gets on their plate within the next, whenever we can, as soon as possible it gets added. I mean, I do take Councilmember Delmar's point, by saying it needs to go to the Planning Commission, God knows how long it would take for their agenda to naturally open up. I think we have to, by order from the council, say, as soon as it's done, as soon as that survey's done for these individual projects, it goes to the next Planning Commission that's scheduled. I mean, I don't see how you do it any other way. I don't.
Just question for clarification. If the survey is done and it comes back that the property is not historic.
Then they don't need to.
Or potentially historic.
Then they're done.
Yeah.
They get to go forward with their project. If it comes back that this is a historic, I think the term is significant asset, then they go to the planning commission ASAP, as soon as possible.
Well, okay, but it did not.
If someone wants to,
No.
how do you understand it?
No.
How do you understand it?
Yeah, I didn't.
The suggestion, and of course it can be drafted whatever the way you want. The way that I had drafted it was that the historic survey needs to say that there's no historic value, not that it's not a significant historic value. And the reason for that is the purpose of the historic survey is to identify both, potential historic resources. They may never quite make it on the designated historic list, depending on whether the requirement, which I understand to be the case in Sierra Madre, as it is in many cities, which would be that the owner must agree. And so if the owner of the property doesn't agree to have it designated, it wouldn't be on that designated list, but it would still be a potentially historic resource. And so since that's something that you won't have determined yet, I was suggesting that the exception be a finding that there's no historic value. So then you're not worried about whether you're permitting the demolition of something that might have had historic value before you had a chance to have that survey done.
I'm confused. Why would the historic survey done on the individual house come to any different conclusion than the survey that we would conduct as a city?
It might not.
I guess the only contingency that your exception is planning for is if the individual historic surveyor comes back and says, this isn't historically significant, but there is some historic value. The point that you're making is, well, if we allow that project to go through, even though it's not historically significant, there is historic value. We might be allowing something that does have historical significance, even though the surveyor said it didn't, to be torn down. Is that correct?
I'm totally confused right now.
Well, I just want, I want to make sure,
Take our time with
Yeah,
this.
is that what you were saying?
No, I understood it was language drafted on the fly.
Yeah, of course.
It can be tightened up, and it depends on how tight you want that finding to be. I was suggesting that the finding would simply be that you can demolish it if it has no historic value.
I know, but what does that mean?
Significant historic value, well, because I'm not an architectural historian, I can't tell you more. We're all struggling with that same.
But I think the term of art is historic significance, right?
Yes.
I mean, so why wouldn't you use the term of art in the exception?
Historic value, historic significance. Is there a difference, Leticia?
What they're going to do is base it off the
Glenn, can you come to the podium?
What a historian will do will base it off the Department of the Interior standards, and everybody's going to have to use the same standards. So if it's deemed significant or potential, that is a threshold within itself, and that a professional historical architect will know what those are, and they are going to be the same as the Department of the Interior's, our California State Historical Preservation Office, and our local.
Could have staff respond.
And if I can just add something, there are categories of significance that are standard, as Mr. Lambden said, that the National Register uses, that the state has adopted. There's like category 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are historic categories. And then below that is like 6A. They're up to the local agency to decide if that's a historic category. So those are the types of decisions that you would make ultimately when you get the whole survey, but those are the same criteria that would be used for an individual property. They would say, we have the kind of information about this property that says it's a category 5 type resource. Therefore, it rises above the threshold of significance, and it's significant. Or they may say, well, it's a category 6 or 7, and in that local community, they're going to have to decide if that meets the threshold. So they will use a standard set of criteria.
So, and I think my point is we need to use those standard criteria. You can't just say potential historic value. And I know, this was written on the fly. I guess my only point was that, we use the standard definitions, or else it's just too confusing. I mean,
Well, true. Let me play the devil's advocate on this one. What if it came back in that last category that this could have significance to Sierra Madre because, for example, they're the 3 last standing craftsman homes on that block. So then it becomes discretionary to whether we consider that to be, then we're back in a position, who makes that call?
but that was my whole point, then it immediately goes to the planning commission. That is how I interpreted it.
The trouble is, but
That's why I said no historic value.
Yeah.
To relieve us
Yeah.
from having to define those local standards tonight.
see, but the problem is and again, just bear with us here. The problem is we draw the line so finely that it could be very, very likely that this is going to come back to say that there is possible historic significance.
Well, then they can't go forward.
And they can't go forward until we come up with a way,
Mhm.
a guidance to then mitigate. Then it comes back to our judgment as to whether it is historic or not. We could help get the Planning Commission's help on that, or our quote-unquote Cultural Heritage Commission, which is the function resides in the Planning Commission. They would advise us. Then we're back to that determination of whether it is or it isn't. That doesn't get it on the register.
Right.
No.
Okay.
But doesn't that have to be resolved? I mean, wouldn't that be an issue after the moratorium?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm just trying to say here. But I'm just trying to present a scenario that suggests that this could very, very likely come back to where it's not going to meet that very low bar of no historical significance. So then what have we done for them? Pretty much nothing,
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe it would come out that way. So maybe I shouldn't say nothing. It might come out that way.
And if I can just ask a follow-up, and City Attorney, the way that you drafted on the fly, was that once the historic survey was completed, let's say it's deemed not historical, and then it would go to Planning Commission for the, then it would go to the
No.
Planning Commission.
No.
Well,
The
that.
new house, right. the
Yes,
new house.
that is the way I drafted it, but we don't have to do that. That's just a suggestion. That was the other.
There's a
Because
second
I was
piece.
listening to concerns about, and what happens with what replaces that house. And so then the suggestion was, in addition to a finding of no historical value, that development application of the new constructed, the new residential structure would be approved, would go to the Planning Commission and be approved.
I get, yeah.
And that's what, Mayor, you were saying, that would be pushed to the top of the list, or the top of the line for Planning Commission.
No, sorry, that's not what I was saying. And actually, I don't necessarily like that second piece. I mean, I think that if you have something that isn't of historical significance, I think we already have rules and regulations in place. The 4,000 square foot CUP and other things that I think will make sure that new development is fine. So I don't think we necessarily need that. I missed that on your first go around. I'm sorry. So maybe there was confusion there. I don't want that to be the focus. No, my focus is much simpler. It's you get the historic survey. If it comes back, and I think we use a very standard definition, if it comes back as being historically significant, then you go to the Planning Commission. Okay?
Can I suggest we change it from historical survey to like historical assessment?
Or whatever it's
Only
called.
because I think,
Yeah.
I'm getting confused.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, whatever it
Big
is.
historical survey, so the historical assessment, the individual historical assessment, instead of a historical survey?
That makes more sense.
I'm fine with either. I think, a survey is the term of art, but assessment is
Yeah,
fine.
I just think it's going to get
There's no
confusing,
problem,
because
right?
we look at all the misinformation that's kind of going around anyway.
Yeah.
Sure.
So you do the assessment. If it comes back as not being historically significant, done. Proceed. Get your project done. Never come before us again. Sorry for burdening you. If it comes back as historically significant, then it goes to discretionary review which we will then be coming up with. That process is what we're going to be coming up with during those 45 days. They're going to be going in front of the Planning Commission under a new demolition ordinance, under new rules, et cetera. I don't see how you do it any other way. I think that's the only way, in my view, you do it where it's fair, because we're really concerned, in my mind, about whether these homes right here, these 3 homes, whether they're historically significant. I'm not that concerned whether there's a potential footnote of historical value somewhere, somehow, based on something that isn't well-defined. I'm more concerned that this is a historically significant house based on the rules that the federal government uses or the state.
Mhm.
And if so, well, then they're going to go down a pathway, which we're going to come up with the next 45 days, that's going to allow some sort of discretionary review under a new demolition ordinance.
I do want to make a word of caution.
Yeah.
I mean, if we word it that way, that it's probably not going to meet the threshold.
I don't know. I mean,
McIntosh, can you comment on that? The way you described those, because it's not going to, because
It's not going to know.
We don't know.
Well, go ahead and, can you describe just again the levels that you're saying? I mean, my understanding is that it's not, it's got to be significant to get on that list where you could possibly put it on a state
Yes,
register.
right,
That's way higher than the threshold that we had even before when we tried to get those 29.
Yeah, and I like.
We're
I
not
like,
talking about that kind of a level of.
Well,
Go
I
ahead.
actually like that level. So that's why.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
That's-
I just want to make
Yeah,
sure
no,
everybody
I do.
understands it. Yeah.
The top categories would be properties that have national recognition of significance or state recognition of significance, something that has, whether it's a prominent, let's say a president lived in a home here in Sierra Madre, that would be a top category, for example.
Yeah.
If a
Or the Jameson state.
If a state
President never lived there.
incident happened or a
Of
historical
course, the
event
president lived there. I'm
happened
saying it
here.
would be historically significant.
Those are like your top 5 categories. And then when you get into, there's a 6 and different tiers in 6, and then there are no significance, or there are criteria for properties that may have been significant at one time. You know, they were a craftsman home, but they've been altered beyond recognition. And the state actually allows for properties to be designated that way. They say, you know what, this may have had merit at one time, but it no longer has merit. Some of your properties may be in that category, and you don't know until that survey's conducted. So you could decide that it's the top 5 categories you're looking at. You could bring it down to, if it's in the top 5, we know it's significant, and we're going to, set it aside. Nothing can happen. If it's in that 6, then we'll look at it. If it's no merit, then we move it along.
Okay. The top.
Here's a suggestion.
Sure. I just want to know exactly what that 6th would be and what the top 5 are. Can you just articulate that? Sorry.
I'm just speaking off of my recollection, but typically local districts would be, if you have a district, if you have a whole street of homes that were of a certain era, or like Bungalow Heaven would be a district.
That would be 6.
That have local significance to the community.
Yeah, see,
Yes.
that's my concern, is that the threshold is so high that we might as well almost not do it at all. The way,
Well, I think that 6th one's actually pretty good.
Oh, yeah, but see, here's the problem, is that when we get to the 6th, somebody's got to make a decision on it. That's the problem.
Well, I
There's
think,
no
yeah.
cut and dried line in that 6th category.
My point is, if it gets into 6, then it's there's historical significance there. If it gets into 6, that means that based on some sort of, which the expert who's helping them will determine, based on some sort of local, landscape, I don't know what exactly would trigger number 6. The expert has made that decision. They say that it potentially falls into number 6. Well, then it does. And then we don't need to figure out anything. Then it goes to the Planning Commission. That's my whole point. I mean,
Okay.
I don't see, we wouldn't be making any decision after that.
Okay, all right.
If it gets to 6, you're good.
If it gets to 6,
It gets to 6, it goes for the planning commission for
Under-
design review.
or whatever we no.
I don't
It
have,
Goes
It
to the planning
goes, it
commission.
goes into whatever process we devise over the next 45 days.
Okay,
I don't have language for category 6. What if we say that it doesn't demonstrate or local historically significant resource? The local historically significant resource. An historian is going to review the property in the context of its setting.
Yeah.
In the first place, it is not done in a vacuum compared against other homes nationally or elsewhere. It's going to be a good survey or assessment. A good assessment will consider the the street, the local resources, the significance of the architect, the significance of the family history. All of that comes into play. So could we say, if it's not deemed to be a local historically significant resource?
Or higher.
Or local, state, or national. Yeah, right? I mean, if it's a national, that would still trigger it.
That's gonna
Or at least a,
Yeah, at least.
at least a local.
But I would like to, and if this takes staff to Google it for the next I would like the precise language, just so we're.
I'm Googling.
Okay. Well, I'm looking for it right now and I can't find it, so.
I'm not going to be able to find it.
Okay, but that's.
So where are we?
Where we are is, we're at 1940.
We got 1940.
We have the
We're at
exceptions,
1940.
and we have the 5 exceptions, and with this 6th one, I think we have a moratorium. I think that, I mean, we're there other than defining local historic significance or higher, right? So we just need that definition.
Mayor, wasn't there another recommendation you said to incorporate into the ordinance? I don't remember.
Yeah, and maybe it's just direction of staff. I want to make sure that within those 45 days, and please disagree with me if you want, within those 45 days, we make a determination based on all the information we need, whether we're going to go forward with the historic survey. And 2, we will make necessary changes to the demolition ordinance.
Yeah, I would like.
It doesn't need to be in the ordinance.
Yeah,
You
it
could
could
give a
just be
staff,
direction.
I just need to find out if that is technically possible. Can we bring back the historic survey in the next meeting or two? The big survey,
Bring back
the consultants and the.
We
Yeah.
can do it before the 45 days is up.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
March 10th is your last meeting before
Yeah,
the 45 days.
and part of that was to address some of the things that Mayor Lambden brought up is what happens if the survey deems you historic? Because my understanding is that doesn't put you on the register, which is a concern. It does not, and then you're not subject to that review every time you want to change your windows. It gets us, my opinion, my understanding is it gets us to what you suggested anyway, is that if you do a survey at the time of demolition, it triggers the CEQA as long as you've got discretionary review in there. So we're almost at the same place. So it raises the question of whether we do a survey or we just wait until somebody wants to demolish it and we force it on the property owner to do the survey. I think it boils down to that. So we want clarity on that issue. Yeah.
I want, in
We'll bring
45
it-
days,
we'll bring
we
it
need to
back.
decide that.
Yeah, okay. So the other thing is that I want to, I just want to ensure is that in a case, that we have in front of us, if it comes back to where there is historical significance here of any kind, local or otherwise, that we have a way to deal with it. Like, what are we trying to do in that case? We're trying to mitigate the problem. Is it trigger CEQA?
And that's what we're going to figure out in the 45 days.
Okay, because,
That's
I
what
want to
we-
get to where we don't hold these people up.
Right.
Yeah.
I
we're
think
all
in
in agreement.
45 days, the demolition ordinance needs to be revised to where
I can
we
tell
do
you
it.
right now that if it's not listed on an historic list, it's not going to trigger CEQA. Just because you want to, come in and ask for a permit to modify your windows or replace your
Yeah.
windows, that's just not
But
accurate.
our demolition
gonna
ordinance, our revised
No, it
demolition
doesn't.
ordinance could say, if the individual assessment comes back as saying that house is historically significant, then we, in our demolition ordinance, can say X, Y, and
Yes,
Z
you could.
happens. That's the whole point.
That's
Right.
exactly.
Right, thank you.
That'll work.
Yeah,
Articulating
that's
that.
all the point. Yeah, that's what we will do. As soon as our friend Google helps us here,
Google's down.
I don't know that you're gonna
YouTube
get
is
a
down.
definitive
we might not.
answer on
We
that.
might not.
Okay.
Wait a second, because I had it up here for a while.
Did you eat?
Guess we're going to midnight.
They have so many forms, yeah.
I did eat tonight.
My understanding is almost like the town could determine its own
If we
criteria.
get there. Yeah, if you get there in your own ordinance, yeah. Glenn, do you know the term of art offhand? Local, state, or national historical significance? Is that?
Unless the director is looking for something else, the National Register, their criteria was adopted by the state, and they're identical, and I believe our local is the same. I'm going to try off the top of my head. If the property is identified with an event, a historical event. Number 2, if it's identified with a historical person. Number 3, if the architecture is an example of a specific type of architecture or a specific type of construction technique, one of the last remaining or few remaining of a specific style or era in a local area. And I believe there's a 4th one that says something to the effect, if the property can provide information based on prehistory or other history, then it could be. I don't have my reading glasses, I'm sorry. Here are the 4. So, respect. I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses. You're gonna have to read it. But those are the 4, and they're basically the same that were adopted by the state from the Nationals Register, and our local has the same qualifications.
If you want, I could pass this around.
Please, yeah.
Prior to the meeting, I looked this up. These are the 4 criteria for what makes it historic.
Please bring that back to me when you.
I found the 6 criminal historical categories.
Let's read this I'll give it to the city attorney so we can incorporate it in.
Honestly, that's not the information I'm looking for.
You're looking for
I just want to know what is the legal term of art, and I think we have it here.
I think we might have it.
Which is the conclusion. I know that types of things that a licensed architectural historian is guided by in their assessment. And we don't need to spell those out here.
No.
Because that's the purpose of choosing someone off a list. They're all going to do it. Their reports will all look different. They, for everyone I've read or seen, they're not in a check-the-box form. It's usually individually drafted with lots of narrative, but they all cover the different categories and issues that would lead the assessor to determine whether or not something qualifies as a local, historically significant resource.
Local, state.
And the question is that the term, a local, historically significant resource or higher? Local or higher historically significant resource. I think it is.
That's right.
They're all going to apply the same standards if we require that they use somebody who is, certified to do this kind of work.
Okay. I think that's where we are then, and I think that works. And thank you to Glenn and John for the feedback on those factors, because it gives us a better idea, and we'll give it back to the city clerk to have that entered into the record. Should we have a vote, or is there any discussion before we have that vote?
Please, no more discussion.
I will entertain a motion then.
Well, I think the motion.
Your mic. No, your mic, John.
Would you like me to read the revised language?
This is the 6th exception that you're.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It would be section, number F, subsection F. Any project for which a demolition application and an accompanying development proposal is deemed complete before the close of business on the day this ordinance takes effect when the following conditions exist. number one and the only one. An historic assessment completed by a licensed architectural historian selected by the city concludes that the property proposed to be demolished is not a local or higher historically significant resource, period.
Mm-hmm.
City attorney, please email that to me.
So I move to approve ordinance number 1360-U with the given date of 1940 as part of, I think it's only in section D, 2D, and with the addition of the exception as read by the city attorney.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That was unanimous. Thank you, everyone, for coming. We will give everyone a chance, unless you want to stick around for gray water. We're done with that item. It was Councilmember Goss. Thank you very much. I don't think so.
Are we going to stick
I
around
don't
for
think
gray
so
water?
either.
We are going to.
Oh, it's
There
10:30.
isn't time.
It is 10:30.
Mhm.
I don't know if we have a choice. Quickly, I don't have much to say on the gray water ordinance. I think we could probably get it done. We might. So is there anyone here by show of hands that is here for the gray water ordinance? Okay. So let's, if we can, let's get through this quickly and then, yeah.
I don't need to make a staff report if
No.
the council feels that you've had significant information in the written report.
Thank you. Any questions on the proposed ordinance?
No.
The only thing I would like to add, just for the public's benefit, is that this ordinance as proposed doesn't require the use of a gray water system in a home. All it does is require new construction to have the plumbing for the system, but there's no requirement that it be used.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to open this up for public comment on the gray water. If we could, sorry, folks, just move the conversations outside. Thank you.
I just have one quick question.
Thank you.
Which construction projects, or ongoing construction people that have a permit, will they be required to change their plumbing plans now, or?
Well, that's a good point. So if someone had already demolished and had already started their construction on
I
a
would
new,
just say have an active building permit, will they be affected by this?
and they haven't started building yet.
But you have a building permit?
If you have an active building permit,
It would not, normally ordinances, first reading, second reading, then 30 days. If somebody has a building permit, that means they could construct now.
Okay.
And it doesn't apply to them with an active building permit.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you. Any other public comment, questions? For the public's knowledge, we are contemplating an ordinance on gray water systems being put into new construction. We'll bring it back for conversation.
I know this had come up as a discussion item a few council meetings ago, and I'm in support of the way that it is first drafted here.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Of Mr. Lambden again, because he is a contractor. Do you agree with the statement that this is a, minimal impact if you address it early and just build it into the design?
financial impact?
Yeah.
It's minimal.
Okay,
Several
that's all I need to
$100,
know.
But,
Yeah. Okay, I'm good.
Thank you, Lynn.
Comment, I learned at the EENR, and maybe when we do the ordinance, we can include it, but apparently you can only use biocompatible soap. You can't use biodegradable soap because
That's right. Right. You're
that
absolutely right.
salts the water, so we need
That's
to
right.
make sure that's in there.
Yeah.
That's sort of a different issue. That's if you
Yeah.
actually install it.
That's when you
and get
install it,
permitted
yeah.
to do it, then
Folks
you
have to be very
aware of
careful.
that. Yeah.
Well, I think this is great. I'll just make it, I think it's a great idea. I think that hopefully 25, 30 years down the road, there's going to be a lot of new houses that have this, and people utilize them. So
Ready for a motion?
I am ready for a motion.
Okay. I move that you introduce on first reading by title only ordinance number 1361, an ordinance of the City of Sierra Madre amending Chapter 15, Building and Construction, Article 15.20, California Plumbing Code of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code to add a section 15.020.080 gray water systems.
A second.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That is unanimous. At this point, I will like to just bring it back to council. We have two other items on the list, or on our agenda. The next one is the review of the water conservation ordinance, which I think might actually take some time, and the sidewalk master plan, which is a over 100-page report. So I would recommend that we push this to the next meeting if we can.
I know the Allens were here.
Oh.
It's really important.
Yeah, please. No, please, go ahead.
It's really important that I have the chance to speak on number 4 tonight.
Yeah, no, you can, here's what we're going to do. Anybody who's here to speak on 3 or 4,
Go ahead and
you can please speak, and it'll go into the record. We're just not going to decide on it tonight. So if you want to speak to it, we will definitely hear your comments, and then we're going to decide on it next meeting, so.
Okay. Here's my speech, Nancy.
Oh, thank you.
I'm really here to speak on behalf of my mom. This is Colleen Allen. Basically, our problem is our water target numbers are extremely low. We have a summer number of 14. We have a winter number of 12. And we're hoping that you can assist us with this process. We're looking for some kind of resolution because this problem has been ongoing for a long time. And we need higher target numbers, not just to maintain the property, but health and safety issues. And I kind of wrote a little outline to kind of give you an idea so you can understand what we've been through, because it's been kind of a long journey. The problem began in June of 2013 when everyone received a letter with a target number. All the residents were first told that we would be getting a target number, and we got a 12. And then about 6 weeks later, the city sent out a second letter, and everybody got 2 numbers. And we got what I said, 14 in the winter, 14 in the summer, and 12 in the summer. Winter. I am so punchy. It's so
been a long
tired.
meeting. It's okay.
Okay, so I log our daily usage. I keep track of how much water we're using to try and stay under the target numbers. But by early September of that year, we realized that we weren't going to be able to stay under the numbers. And so we started asking our neighbors, how's this working out for you? And one of the neighbors we spoke to had approximately the same size property, 2 people like us in the house, and they told us that they had 52. That was the number that they had been assigned. The second neighbor we talked to had a little bit bigger property, only 1 person in the house, and that person said they had been assigned a 40. So we decided to appeal, and we did on September 4th, and we sent in the old application and a letter, and we received a letter back from the city October 16th, and they gave us 1 additional unit for the summer. So now we had 15 and 12. And then several months later, I think it was this city council made the decision for the 30% water conservation to cut back another 10%. I think this is the council that made that decision, and I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying to give you an idea of the timeline. So everybody got new numbers. All the residents got another letter, we got a letter, and we lost that unit we had gained in our appeal. So we're back to 14 for the summer and 12 for the winter. A couple of weeks after that, my mom spoke to Laura Hodges at City Hall. At this point, Karen Schneider had left, and Ms. Hodges said that we had to reapply. They had a new application, they had a new process, something about it being more tracking, more in-depth. And so my mom said, so who's in charge of my appeal now? But Ms. Hodges she didn't know, she wasn't sure. So we went through the process, and we went through, this was our second appeal. This was on September 4th. We sent in the original letter. We wrote another letter because the landscaping was now worse. So we had these 2 letters and the new application because it had been revised. Let's see. If you look at the application, it says that the city has 10 days to make a decision and that they will notify you by mail. That was September 4th that we turned it in. We haven't heard from the city since then. And I looked at the staff report, and apparently there's like 70 other applicants that could be in the same boat because their applications haven't been processed either. And so I think the basic story here is that we're feeling frustrated because there hasn't been any resolution after such a long period of time. And now it's really unfortunate that this wasn't done in a more timely way, because there's this possibility of these new policies that you'll be looking at where we might have stiffer fines and a home inspection. And my mom said that she's against a home inspection simply on principle. She thinks it's an invasion of privacy. And so what we did is we reviewed our water records. She looked how much she's used over the past several years, even for the years prior to the conservation effort, prior to the base year that was established. And she, after looking at all the data, she is requesting, hopefully, a summer of 45 units and a winter unit of 31 units. And we are hoping that you, as the council, can help us with this process to come to some resolution, because it's been a long journey.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. And Madam City Manager, is there any way to resolve or have staff take a look at this and take a look at the historic water usage to see if that number, the 12 or 14?
Take a look at it.
Okay. And see, go ahead. Yeah.
I think there's another mechanism that's proposed in there, if I understood it right, is that Mr. Inman was going to create a calculator, and if you met the criteria of that calculator, that would be your new water conservation. You would, you're going to fall, clearly, you're going to be okay under that process, because unless he's got a really radical calculator, but I don't think that's the case. As he said in the staff report, we're looking at standards that are established with other water districts, and I've looked at those because I've plugged in myself, and it gives me way more water than I need, and I'm right about where you guys are, you know. So I think it'll be okay, but I think we need to go through the process and understand what's being proposed, and then we'll make modifications to that as necessary. My own personal opinion is somebody who's using 12, 13 units of water should not have, something imposed on them, and I thought we had that in place.
There's a minimum of 12, which is where that's the minimum that is in the ordinance.
So I think
But could we just have staff look at
We will.
the historical and see if we
will
can
definitely do that.
understand the problem, and
So we'll make sure that staff works with you guys, and then the
Definitely do
next
that.
meeting we'll come back.
Sure.
Yes. Colleen Allen on Grove. I think the problem really began in the sense that we started conserving before.
Understand.
acquisition.
We
And
get
so our
We
numbers were
understand.
low, and then we were penalized even more.
we want to fix that. We want to fix that.
Unjust.
Yeah.
Try
then
this
there's the
formula
daily-
will help that.
Yeah.
Daily reading of the water saying, not to go over that particular number.
Yeah.
Also, I would ask that the city hold true to what they promised to do and read it. My meter, everybody's meter, in our area on Grove Street, I think it's the second Tuesday of every other month. I had one incident where I met the 14. They didn't come on that Tuesday. They came on Wednesday, and it was 15. So I think you're creating a moving target.
Understand.
I had already spoken to my neighbor Nancy Walsh, and she helped to correct this. And it's like, once the rule's set, the city does what they want to. It's my feeling. So I'm feeling really frustrated with the way it's been handled. But I'm conserving water. I want to do the right thing. It's a long-term goal. So please help me. I feel like Groundhog Day and Bill Murray. Here we are again. Here
Great
we are.
movie.
It's almost February 2nd again. Please, somebody.
All right.
Let's fix it by then.
We'll fix it.
Yeah, we
gonna
will.
fix it.
We will fix
Thank
it.
you.
And to all the folks at home, if anyone is experiencing similar problems, come talk to us. I mean, I don't think that you're alone. But I think we've.
Well, there's 70 other people.
Right, of course.
Why didn't we get a notification?
This isn't staff's fault necessarily. I mean, city council asked them to do a pretty hard thing, which was, force folks to conserve 20 to 30% of their water usage and then monitor it. And so I think everyone, the users, staff, everyone's kind of feeling the pain here, and we're going to try to get it right, but,
I just didn't understand why if I turned in my application in September,
Yeah.
and in 10 business days, and then here it is January, nothing.
We weren't imposing penalties
We weren't
anyway.
imposing penalties.
So now that we're discussing it again, we're going to get our arms around this.
You can even say that.
yeah.
Well,
Left me hanging.
It's your
It's
own
a-
ordinance.
yep.
It says we will let you know within 10 days.
we,
You know,
Understood.
really,
Understood.
yeah.
you know,
It's-
perhaps a communication should have gone out to the 71.
We,
saying,
we hope you weren't harmed too much by that little error on our part, okay? You didn't pay fines, we didn't impose anything. I understand, we're doing our best, we slip every now and then. That slipped through the cracks, and I will apologize for the city that happened, but I just hope you weren't harmed too much by that.
Yeah, the mayor pro tem is going to show up tomorrow at your house, by the way, for a personal water
We'll,
review.
we'll try to get that right next time.
Yeah.
Should I expect the city contact me or?
We'll decide, we're going to decide on modifications to the ordinance, not tonight, because it's so late and getting later. We're going to do it next week, and hopefully we'll get that buttoned up.
But in the meantime, we can look at the historical, relook at the numbers, use the formula. We can do that now. We don't need to wait.
And would,
For the council to make
would
a
staff mind calling the Allens?
We will.
Okay, thank you.
If you would
They will
give
call you.
Director Inman, if he doesn't have it already, your phone number, that would be perfect.
Thank you.
Hi, Maggie Gordon, 460 Fairview Avenue. I have a similar kind of problem, only it's slightly different. I will outline quickly. We bought the house in the summer of 2012. We didn't move in until December of 2013. We had 18 months where there was no one living there. We were there for a couple of weeks at a time. People came and stayed for maybe 4 or 5 days. The automatic watering system was turned way down, and we have been given an allocation of 45 in the summer, which is fine, and 15 in the winter.
Oh, wow.
And I appealed on October the 8th. I dropped it into the mailbox in the parking lot, and I have heard nothing since then.
Like them, we're going to
I
fix
was going to
that.
say, we will fix it.
You're going to be okay.
Can you please?
I hope so.
Can you please give your number to Director Inman?
Sorry?
Director Inman, who's in the back, the handsome fellow with the tie. If you give him his phone number, okay, great. And then we will give you a call.
Right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
In the meantime, we'll get letters out to
Yeah.
the 71s just saying, it was on hold, not knowing what the council was going to finally decide on. It didn't make sense to keep changing people's numbers.
Understood.
There were no penalties being assessed. So we'll get letters to the 71 saying, we're still evaluating things. We haven't forgotten about you.
I agree. Anything else, folks? Anything from the public before we adjourn? Okay. Unless anyone has any future items for future agendas, which I hope we don't, but I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All's in favor? Aye. Good night, folks. Wow.